Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to Martyn Lucas Investor. Look at this. Just keeps going up. I tried my very best to tell everybody that this is the best stock you can own. And I'm going to give so many reasons why this is the best stock you can own. I've been talking to people in Texas who are just buying it and buying it and buying it and won't stop buying it. So anyway, let's bring everybody up to date. Welcome everybody in and do another update on Texas Pacific land. I did some analysis last night, and now there's more, much more. So I'm going to try again to let everyone know about this stock, but it's just going absolutely bonkers right now. So let's get into it. I'm going to set a couple of things up here that I've not covered before in the other videos. TPL stock. Let's have a look. Okay. All right, let's get to it. I only have SMCI, TPL, Tesla, and Nvidia. I'm starting to the new 25 cars on the road. Hi, Steve. Malk, I just bought 12 shares. Joanne Zavala. Was there a Martin? Was there a was there a plum? No, let's not talk about that. There was no plum. Everything is fine. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike, for your wonderful contribution. I love it. Okay. TPL. Right. I'm going to bring everything up to you, and then we're going to start a new thing here. Let's see. There's a few things I want to get. Profitability, momentum, peers. Back to that one. In fact, that's a really good one. I want that as well. Okay. Bloody hell, that's straight up. That's straight up. Oh, flipping heck. Right, there's that. I also want to give you ratings. There's also something else I want to give you as well. Just trying to find it. Seasonality, seeking alpha, company, growth, momentum, capital, trading, dividends. Yeah. Ownership, right. Okay. Institutions. Right. Institutions, 67%. Right. Public and other, 32%. 32%. Right, that's an interesting statistic. Let's have that on the screen. Right. Okay. I've got a few things that I wanted to share. Right. Duplicate that. Right, the ratings. Okay. Here we go. Let me see who's with me. Bring all the comments in. Hello, everybody. Everyone's coming back in. I'm happy that you're healthy, Martin. Yes, I'm happy. I'm happy as well. Right, let's make a start to our special Texas Pacific Land special, and then we've got SMCI as well to do today as well. So if you just come on in, please do tap the like button, consider subscribing, and we'll make a start to this special edition. Time of the day we never go live, but we are. And that's all there is to it. Right. Let me bring that into it as well. Okay. I've got so many things I want to share with you. It's insane. Right. Okay. There we go. Right. Texas Pacific Land, full analysis, an updated analysis from what I did some months ago, when if you'd listened to the analysis I gave, you'd be up some 200% from then. I said it was the best stock you can own in the whole world, and I stand by that, and I'm going to explain now in a deep analysis. Last night, I put out a video and shared the history with you about the company and plans for Elon Musk, Donald Trump to cover the Permian Basin with solar panels, wind farms, so on and so forth, despite what Donald Trump says about birds get killed by wind farms and all this stuff. Despite all of that, the growth right now is off the charts, and I'm going to share with you some more information today. So let's get straight into it. This is a video you need to watch all the way through. I put out the last video last night, and many of you stopped watching when I did the Stars and Stripes. I sung Star Spangled Banner. It was part of the patriotism to the stock, and at that point, many of you decided to switch off. You didn't get through. Shame on you. I was trying to show you some patriotism for the United States of America by singing the Star Spangled Banner for 50 seconds and then on to the news to see how many people would come through that. Most of you stopped watching as I started to sing. Anyway, maybe my singing was awful. I don't know. You let me know. Go and look at the video. But last night I gave the history and why the stock is going to explode. And 6 months ago I said it, and it has, up 200%. But I'm now going to give you some of the numbers to help you make an informed decision. Right. So first of all, if you're new here, please consider subscribing to the channel. It really, really helps. And please also tap the like button to share this out. Very good reason. If you're buying this, you want the stock to go up. Remember, I only own the S&P. So it means, and I hinted at it last night in the video, that the TPL is coming into the S&P. And today we got that confirmation. I'd already known that. I live in Dallas. I've got people all around me buying this land, buying this stock as quickly as they can. That's why it keeps going up. So that's how confident I am. Anyway, smash the like button. Let me share with you a few things you may have missed. So first of all, on the homepage of the channel, if you go to the homepage like this, you'll see the homepage there, and you'll see the videos I've just put out. This was the video I put out. Best ever stock, 932 views. That's out of date here on the YouTube channel. It's actually over 1,000 now. Sounds a lot? Doesn't sound much? Well, no one's talking about it at all. And I can prove that to you. And this is really important. You know this as an investor. No one's covering it. No one's talking about it. No mainstream coverage. It's all being done by rich Texans buying up all this stock. Okay, so I can see it happening. There's the video. Go and check it out. The link's below in the description. I strongly recommend you go and check that out. This is how I know that no one's covering the story. I have just started doing this. 6 months ago, I made my first analysis and told you it was the best stock you could buy. And since then, it's doubled and tripled, whatever it is, 200%. I ranked number one incognito on YouTube for the search term TPL stock, right? TPL stock. And I ranked number one. Now, that's great. Thank you very much.
Lupus in Fabula has become a member.
Thank you very much indeed. You join over 320 members now. 98% of our live viewers are members. It's the highest engagement rate of any channel in the world. In fact, it's higher than most several of the big channels added together. 98% of our live viewers are members. Welcome to the family. I'll give you your perks in a minute. I'm just in the middle of making a video. So look, I ranked #1 for the stock. Now, why am I telling you all this? Not to say, look at me, I ranked #1. It's because the fact is no one's covering it. If you go onto the homepage of YouTube, you'll see I'm live there. Look, you scroll down. There's one of my shorts. There's another short there. There's my analysis. That was 4 months ago. I apologize, not 6 months ago. There's one of my other videos. I'm all over the homepage. #1 there, best ever stock, all over the place. You can see me on YouTube, right? Now, that's great for me, but it also tells you that no one's covering the stock at the moment. No one is talking about this. It's under the radar, okay? So why is this so good? Now, I've just put out a poll, which we've found is the most accurate way to measure stocks in the way of investor sentiment. This is what we call the Lucas Archie financial indicator. Lucas Archie financial indicator after the Fibonacci trading indicator. This is real investors, real people that follow my show, rich Texans who watch my show, people I know watching my show, voting on this poll. And this is very, very interesting. 107 votes, and this ranks on Google. You can see it on Google. So it's not manipulated by StockTwits. It's not manipulated by Reddit and places like that. Real investors. And look at this. I asked you, is it the best stock in the world? 22% of you said yes. 22% of you said yes. Now, that doesn't sound that high, but 22% are really confident that this is the best stock in the world. No one knows anything about it. 25% say, no, I don't agree, probably because it's not sexy and rock and roll like Tesla and Nvidia. No one's paying attention. No one's seeing it, so no one's excited about it. But 52% say no idea. No one knows. Why don't they know? Because they've never heard of it. Right? No idea. But 22% are saying yes. If you'd like to vote on this poll during the live show, you can. Those watching later, please look below in the description of the video and go and vote. I'll come back to that in a minute and see if it's gone up by the end of my video. Now then, the stock just keeps going up. Last night, I gave you the history. Elon Musk, what they're doing. Trump, what they're doing. They're buying the land up. Well, they're not buying the land up. They own the land. They're buying the stock up, and they are going to be putting solar all over it and all the rest of it and other commodities we need to make United States independent in power. And because we've got issues now with the Third World War potentially, and we've got Ukraine and we've got Russia, which I don't ever believe we're going to get a Third World War, and I've explained that in another video. If you want that, look on the homepage of my channel or just type in Martyn Lucas Investor WW3, World War III, and you'll find it. Anyway, I'm going to cover the news for you now and some data and some more facts and figures to present this to you. All right? Okay, full disclosure, I only own the S&P 100%. If I show you my portfolio, I will bring it to you here. Look, this is my portfolio. See, I'm up again. You can see, look, all my money is in here. If you see the percentage there, 99.87, because I won a few shares of Apple when I refer my stock, my brokerage. Just so you know, doesn't benefit me whether it goes up, doesn't benefit me whether it goes down. Until now, of course, because it's now about to enter our first news story, the S&P 500. Now, this only got announced yesterday, but I knew about it before. And I was telling everybody in my video, if you watched that earlier video, I said it's in your S&P. And you can see the way I said it. I went, it's in your favorite index. And I kind of left it like that a little bit loose. Because I'm surrounded by rich Texans who are telling me what's happening with this. So I'm just telling you right now, it's now going to be, I think middle of next week, going in the S&P. It's replacing, I think, Marathon Oil or somebody else. But anyway, Texas Pacific Land jumps after hours on addition to the S&P 500. No surprise. I told you about it ahead of time in the video. It was there. Texas Pacific Land after hours Thursday. Following news, it will join the S&P 500. Yep, I already knew that. I gave you a world exclusive. How many of you picked up on it? Effective November 26th, replacing Marathon Oil. There it is, which is being acquired by ConocoPhillips, and a deal expected to close on Friday. Atlas Energy Solutions, post market. That's not important. Not important. Not important. Not important. But what was important was that announcement, and I hope some of you grabbed this before it was too late. Anyway, I'm going to put on the screen here Black Friday deal. If you like my news, the way I get news before it kind of comes out, it's a lot of it's done for Seeking Alpha and other ways as well. There's a Black Friday deal. I'll give you the link to it. Seeking Alpha, Alpha Spread, discounts galore. And also look below the look below the video, and you'll find the links to all of my software and so on and so forth. Right, let's go back. I got some more information now. Now, first of all, I want to share this with you about the stock. Institutions own 67% of this stock. 67%. Bit like Coca-Cola. Bit like J&J and all these staples now. Just owning the country, owning the land, the solid staples, institutions, 67%. The public only own 32%. So just worth knowing that, okay? Worth knowing that. Individuals is only 0.13. It's nearly all institutions, and you can say whether you like that or not. I don't have no problem with that, but I just thought I'd let you know. Now, the ratings on this stock. Seeking Alpha analysts are the only ones who are really talking about it. I pay no attention to them, though. I'm a Seeking Alpha analyst. I can analyze for Seeking Alpha. I never do, actually, because I'm too busy making videos, and they want to pay me to do it, but I'm not interested in doing it because I just see it as it's just me sharing my opinion based upon most people promoting their own holdings, and that's why I'm not interested in doing it. I want my opinions to be completely impartial and biased and be useful to you, not just, it's great, and we're all ganging up saying it's great, so you'll buy what we love. No. So I don't regard that. But this is what's important. Wall Street, Quant, the AI software, no one's looking at it. How many more times? No one's paying attention to this stock at all. That's the thing. EPS 19.49, PE 74.43, price to earnings ratio 74 times. Think how expensive Tesla is. Think how much more expensive Palantir is. And yet all of that is going to go on this land, right? Look at the chart. I'm going to show you a chart right now, which will be interesting. It's this next tab here, I think it is. Yes, this is its peers. How does it compare to others in a similar business, right? Look at this. We've got Texas Pacific Land. We've got EQT Corporation, Devon Energy, Hess Corporation, Expand Energy Corporation, and Coterra Energy. Our oil people, Stephen Lewandowski, you should be looking at this, all right? Look how it compares to its peers. Boom, right? What happened there? This was when, I think it was, when was this? This was when I did June the 7th. This is when I did my analysis, I think it was, just before. I think we were just getting the election rolling, and Trump was being mentioned. I forget what the exact time, but it was around about this time. And I said to you, what's going to happen is Trump, Elon Musk, all of this stuff, and it's all come exactly the way I said. Boom, accelerated. And then on the election, boom, again. Now the S&P, boom, again. This is going to keep booming. Anyway, just thought I'd show you that one. All right, I've shown you that there. I now want to give you this comparison here. This is a back test. This is a back test against the S&P 500, which it now takes part in, right? This is going back to 2015. It's continually outperformed the S&P and never been subject to macro conditions to take it down below. Like some other stocks that can outperform the S&P, then all of a sudden they dip below. This one is consistently outperforming the S&P and going up and up and up and up. If you put $10,000 in 2015, you are now third of a millionaire just on $10,000. $10,000 in the S&P, you're still doing very well. You're 3x. You've made 33, got 33 grand, but nowhere near compared to the S&P. Now, what about the dividends? Been quiet for a while, but now we're raising dividends again. Look at this. It's been increasing. This was back in 2012, 25 cents, 27, 29, 31, 35, 100, 105, 300. We dipped to 175 for the first time. 425, 1,000, which is basically $10, right? Yeah, of course it is. 600, 1,000. And now we're getting 36% increase on dividend as well. All right. So they're showing that intent to keep you into the stock. Just everyone stay in the stock. Very, very exciting. Very, very exciting. I'm going to look at my poll in a moment, and I'm also going to share with you some more numbers. So let me show you the numbers. If you do like this information, please do tap the like button and consider subscribing to the channel. It'd be really, really helpful. I'm showing red, white, and blue lights today because this is stock of stocks if you are a patriot, because you're owning the Permian Basin in Texas. Basically, you're owning my back garden. And don't think you can just come in my house, though, because you own my garden. Anyway, that's what you're doing, right? Anyway, let me show you some numbers. Now, the intrinsic valuation, that just does not know how to value this, right, is saying that it's overvalued by 82%. I'm not interested in this intrinsic value. This does not work in this case. Does not work at all in this case. Let's scroll down. What I love about this business is it has no expenses. Why? It's just land. Everybody that works on it, the solar, the wind, the data centers that are all going to work on it are going to pay me to work on my land. Thank you very much indeed. I'll have it all day. But if you go bust, I get somebody else to replace you. Doesn't cost me any money, right? I love it. It's the best business you can own, really, isn't it? Land, imagine just owning the country, right, rather than the businesses upon the country. Up 2% operating income, up 1.1% net income. I did a lot of these figures last night in the other analysis. I just wanted to reiterate them, so I'm only flying through them just to give you the visual. If you want the full breakdown, look at the video from last night. But look at this: 1.2 billion assets, 533 million in cash, and no debt whatsoever. No debt. No liabilities, no debt at all. Why would there be? Why would there be? What's the cost of just owning some land? I don't know. No debt, no short term, no long term. So we got a perfect balance sheet. Scroll down. Efficiency of the business off the charts. 93% margin. Operating 77%. Look at these numbers, 65% net margin, FCF, all off the charts. And as I talk about it, I am talking to people. I've been telling people all day. I've been telling you now for 6 months. People all around me, local Texans in Dallas, are telling me, I talk to them, they're buying up this as I'm talking right now. I was only talking to Big Ed, the guy who bought all the Amazon at the beginning. He says, I'm going to buy some of this. I texted him, I told him about my video, and he said, we're talking on text. He said, I'm going to buy this. People all around me are buying this up. So this is going to be like a Berkshire Hathaway $30,000 stock if we're not careful. Well, not careful if we're careful. But, I want it to get into the S&P, which is how I benefit. And I benefit from knowing that you've all made money. 45%. Look, I don't need to do any more of these numbers. They're all through the roof, all green, green, green. Look at the cash flow, just piling up. Okay, 87% profitability. 81%. I mean, it's got tech figures. It's got software figures without having to run the computers. It's insane. It's ridiculous. I think you all agree it's the best stock I've ever seen. I don't know how you could get a better stock than this. Insider's been buying, a bit of trimming off there. 734,000. Oh, by the way, this is really important to say. $731,000 have sold. Nothing. Probably the CEO says, I want a really nice car and a house. I mean, that's it. No inside selling, inside buying. It's bonkers. The stock is bonkers. When was this? When did this come out? They're not showing me when this came out. You can see my analysis here. CNBC. This guy says he likes it. I remember watching this at the time. Let me just play a bit of this. This guy likes it, but again, he's got his own reasons to say so.
It is from Kevin Simpson, and it is TPL.
Yeah.
That is Texas Pacific Land. What do they do? Why do you own the stock?
First off, as you know, we started a new growth strategy. So this stock is not for the faint of heart. Straight up, it's up 100% year to date. So we're putting our toe in the water. This is a company that owns 187,000 acres of land, mostly in the Permian Basin in Texas. So it's a royalty play on commodities. Think natural gas, oil, water. But what we're deciding is how do you get these data centers powered up? And if you're not going to go nuclear, this could be a stealth way to pay a data center, to play a data center. They print money. They have a strong shareholder return of capital, whether it's through share buybacks, dividends, special dividends. They have a capacity threshold for cash. If they reach it, they spend money. It's expensive. It's gone up a lot.
Look at the chart.
Yeah.
We're showing the year to date.
I bought it at $9.50 just the other day.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's up that much. So what's undiscovered about this story at this point?
Well, I think that the royalties can go up. They don't have to do a whole heck of a lot. If you build a power plant or a data center near their facilities, 873,000 acres is a lot, and they've got all the utilities and capabilities there on site.
Yeah, that's the point. You don't do anything. You don't have to do a lot. Exactly. You don't do anything. You just own it, and people just keep paying you more and more money. Anyway, there is my update on my last analysis of this stock. What do you think? Before we end this video, it's never too late when it just keeps going up. Trip. This is just the beginning for this stock. Now, of course, it's very, very important to understand, right? When do you take profits? Do you take profits? This is the sort of stock you buy and own. You don't trade it. You don't trade it. If it drops 20%, you buy more, because what you're doing, you're owning more and more of the land, more and more of the profits, if you like. This is just like 100% profit. I've shown, well, not literally 100%. I've shown you the gross margins and the net margins, but this is just the more you can buy of it, and when it dips, the more you buy. This is like Berkshire Hathaway. The more you buy when it dips, the better it is for you. I would not be looking at this. How can I buy this? How can I trade this? I'd be buying this and owning it and never selling it. The time to buy it was 20 years ago, 30 years ago, a few hundred years ago, when it was the Pacific Railroad. I showed you the history last night. Anyway, let me wrap this up. This is very, very exciting. Many of you have messaged me overnight and said, we bought it on your analysis 6 months ago and we've made like 200%. I can't say the same, of course, because I only own the S&P. It's not my job to pump and dump stock. I don't want to be a roaring kitty and disrespectful to my viewers. I'm all about you. All I own is the S&P, but I do believe that this is a great stock, if not the best stock you could ever own from the standpoint of profitability, growth, and security. Period is that. Anyway, all right. I'm going to give you all the links now. Above my head and down below in the description, I shall put my previous analysis. You can go and check it 4 months ago. See how you feel from there. You can also go and look at the video I put out last night, which shows you the history of the stock. You want to go and check out the history of the stock so you understand what you're actually buying, so you don't worry if it goes down. You just buy more of it and hold it forever and ever and ever. Never sell this stock. Put it in your trust and pass it on to generations. Yes, I'll give you those links. Over here, I shall post the video I did last night, the one you need to see about the history. Down here, I'll put the TPL playlist. But that's it from me. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope you continue to make lots and lots of money. Fantastic. Until next time, as always, take care of yourselves and each other. Right then. Now then, one other thing I want to do. I want to do SMCI. Got some latest news on that. SMCI. Right. Okay. A 1,008 now. That video's done. Starting to get attention. People are starting to pay attention to it. But it's a shame so many people are picking it up so late. But there you go. I can't do nothing about that. SMCI. Supermicrocomputer. I want this up now. SMCI. 20th. You already know that. I've got that information there. I don't need that. I don't need that. Let's have a look. Do a back test. I want to share that as well. Stand by. I'm just setting up the next one. And this is SMCI. SMCI Super Micro. Okay. Analyze this. Okay. Got that. Just bear with me. I'm setting up the next one for you that I want to cover. Okay. Oh, I never showed anyone the result, did I? The poll at the end. I was going to include that there, wasn't I? 107%, 107 votes. 22, 25, 52. 22, 25, 52. 22, 25, 52. 22, 25, 52. 22, 25, 52. So, yeah, you decided, yes, more of you like it. More of you, it looks like a few of you, yes. Another two of you voted and you decided to go, yes, you prefer it. Okay, that's interesting then. All right. Excellent stuff. I can close that down now. That's done. And that's done. Right. SM, look at it. Still going. It's up again. Oy, 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 oy. That's in one day, folks. Look back at the week. 26% this week, 57% this month, 108% the last 3 months, 224% year to date, 219 over the past year, 675 over the last 5 years, and 21,000%, 979,000 overall. And that's, of course, going back to 2000. How about that? Right. What time did I sit down here to do that video? The time is 5 hours. So it's, yeah, 4 hours 55. I'm going to guess that. I forgot to write it down. TPL. Okay. Time now is 5:07. Let's look at SMCI in a second. MSK. I'll have a look at it in a sec. We'll cover it in a second. All right, I'll cover it in a second. Okay, here we go. All right. What's the best stock in the world ever? 22,000% since 2000. And I've made 2 reviews on this, and I ranked #1 in the world. Why? No one else is even talking about it or even looking at it. I also told you before it was announced that it would be in the S&P 500 the day before. Why? There's people all around me in Texas who already knew. I gave you the news last night Today it was confirmed the S&P 500. Go and check out my 2 analysis videos. The first one was the history, bit of patriotism as well, bit of the Star-Spangled Banner thrown in the middle of it just to excite everybody, and all the information about the stock. Then the second one that I just recorded a few moments ago with a full analysis and more information on Elon Musk, Donald Trump, the best stock you could possibly own. Why? Find out. No one else is even talking about it, but I knew before anybody else knew about the S&P. Well, they probably knew themselves, to be fair. Anyway, nobody in the general public did. Anyway, click above my head for all the links down below in the description. Over here was the history analysis last night. Down here was the one I just recorded. Go and look at it. This is the best stock ever. Right. Okay. I'm going to leave that now, and I'm going to come on to SMCI. Did you say XRP's up today? Yeah. Ooh. Yes, 3%. Bitcoin about to hit 100,000. I was telling Leah, because Leah owns some Bitcoin. I said, "You want to sell Bitcoin right now? Take some profit off. At least take some profit off the table, because how many people want to sell it at 100,000? Take some money before it just gets there." But that's that's my opinion. 175% profit. Why not? Why get greedy? It's real profit. It's nothing. It doesn't count for nothing until you take the profit. Right, super micro computer. Let's bring you up to date with this. Super micro computer. Let me go back to my normal colors now. Here we go. Let's bring in the spotlight. There you go. Mike, your didn't work. Yes, mine never works, by the way. Mine never works. When I do it never works for me. I don't know why. It's kind of weird. It's my channel. How come it doesn't work for me? Anyway, Usman got some. Congratulations to you. Right, let's get to super microcomputer now. This is our next one we need to talk about. Super microcomputer, SMCI. Well, we were right. However, this might be one to take profits from. Earlier on, a few moments ago, I just told you about a stock that's made 22,000% profit. No one's paying attention. All the bigwigs around me in Dallas, Texas are all buying it. They know what it is. And that's one you hold and pass on for generations. This is a bit different. And by the way, if you want that, I'll give you a link below. I'm not even going to tell you what stock it is, but it's the best stock in the world, in my opinion, for lots of good reason. Super microcomputer is up. We said it would. We said it would follow NVIDIA. However, even though NVIDIA's trimmed a little bit today, be careful with this. It comes with a health warning. It comes with a safety notice, which I'm going to share with you. And you need to bear this in mind. So please tap the like button, consider subscribing to the channel. And I go live 12 hours a day to bring you the best, most honest news. And remember, I never own the stock. I only own the S&P. I'm fully invested, over 200 grand, but I never buy the individual stock, so I can't be pumping and dumping. I'm completely honest, completely impartial, okay? Let's look at this, and then I'll show you a warning. Seeking alpha analyst. Don't pay any attention. I'm one. A lot of them just promoting their own interests. They say a hold. Whoop-de-doo. What does it mean? Nothing. It means people like me who own the stock are telling you to hold it. Who cares? Wall Street analysts saying hold. Okay? We like Wall Street. We understand that. They can move the markets. What worries me is the AI software, the actual unemotional software, just says sell. The numbers look terrible. Well, take a profit. Okay? This is your warning. Warning! Made nice and clear for you. SMCI is at high risk of performing badly. Is at high risk of performing badly. Supermicrocomputer has characteristics which have been historically associated with poor future stock performance. The SMCI has a deaccelerating momentum and inferior profitability when compared to other information technology stocks, to the point that it gets a sell rating from our quant rating system. Stocks rated sell or worse by our quant rating system have massively underperformed the S&P 500 as this article will describe. Now, we've seen it going up recently, but I want to share this with you because some of you are going to go, yeah, but it's done great against the S&P. Look, this is really important. What we got here is a back test. The blue line is the S&P and the green line is SMCI. Now, what we got here, we got massive amounts of explosive growth. Now, just for comparison, I'll do it live. We want to change this. I will put on the screen as well NVIDIA, because I say, and I keep saying, there's correlation and a relationship here. Let's put that as well, just so you can see. Add that, and now if we scroll down, we can see the S&P 500 is here in, where am I now? 2015. The S&P 500 is in blue. Supermicrocomputer is here, and NVIDIA is on the top. Now you can see all the way through, the SMCI was underperforming, goes back to 2015, was underperforming, as you can see, Supermicrocomputer. Sorry, but underperforming the S&P, just underneath it, look, just trading along underneath it. You couldn't see as much on the last chart because it was so close, but now the spread's got bigger. You can see it. It's just tracking it underneath, and you can see NVIDIA was outperforming all the way through, growing and growing. And then when we got this explosion here, 2023, up she goes. SMCI sort of overtook it. It got carried away, got dragged in to the whole popularity of the stock, and up it went. Unlike NVIDIA, though, which kept on going, and the S&P kept on going, even if it is on a slower cadence, it's still going up. SMCI, boom, straight back down again. So we have to be really, really careful with this stock. There's extra volatility into it. Now, we all know why. We heard about the SEC regulations not filing on time and so on and so forth. But there's a real fear here for this stock. The 6-month price performance, F. The 3 months price performance, F. It's the lowest you can go. F, fail. 9 months price performance, D-. Okay, it's important to know all this. So if I'm in SMCI right now, I am taking my profit. I've made some money. I've got back up again. I'm taking some profit, and I'm buying a real business. Perhaps I'm buying the stock I referred to earlier, which I'm not going to show you. You have to go and find it out. Or I'm buying the S&P. Let's just remind ourselves how it's been declining. It's not been performing well at all. We can see it back from 2020, March of 24, down, and now we're getting this up here. Now, I'd be quite happy, I've got to be honest, 83% in a week. I'd be very, very happy with that profit. If it were me, I'd be happy to take 83% profit and buy NVIDIA, buy the S&P, buy my secret stock, 22,000% profit. Sorry about the insanely ridiculous Texas-style grass cutters. You might have heard that on the microphone then. For some bizarre reason, let me tell you a little comparison. In England, when we cut the grass, we rake up the grass with a little old broken rake because we can't afford a big fancy machine. We rake up the leaves, put them on the compost, and that's it. What they do in America, at least in this area, they have massive tank-size blowers and tank-size grass cutters, like, lawn mowers, which are all gas-powered, extremely high-polluting, very noisy. They're giant tanks. They cut the grass, they get all the leaves, and they blow it onto the neighbors. We've even told them, can you pick up the leaves? But it's just the way it works. But don't worry, the neighbor next week gets his grass cut and blows all the leaves back on your garden. It's insane. The noise, the stink, the pointlessness of it all. I don't get it. But there it is. That's what goes on outside my house, outside the studio every Friday. So there you go. So Super Microcomputer. Interesting stock, this one. You've managed to make 83% over the last week. I would be more than happy taking my profit. I know many of you will go, no, I'm taking all the way up to $1 million. I'm going to follow NVIDIA. It's not NVIDIA. It has a lot more risk over it. I've just shown you all the ratings there. Its performance against the S&P is a lot more volatile. It's not a steady growth. Can you hear it? Can you actually hear that? It's like a plane landing. It's bonkers. Anyway, so there you go. I would strongly consider taking profits on this stock. It's got a worry with it. You've managed to buy it back cheap. In comparison, take some money off the table. Who cares if it goes up? Buy something else that you can leave and never have to worry about it. I would be out at this point. Subscribe and ring the bell. Tap the like button. You can hear it. Usman says, yes, I can hear it. Here they come again. Click subscribe and ring the bell. That's just a blower blowing acorns and leaves around. Oh, it drives me mad. Click above my head for all the links. Down below in the description. Over here, I shall put the stock of the century, the greatest stock you've ever seen. Take your profit. Perhaps buy this. I can't give you financial advice. Perhaps buy this. Over here will be that secret stock. And down here, I shall put the playlist for Super Microcomputer. You can go and check out my analysis the entire time. That's it from me. Until next time, as always, take care of yourselves and each other. All right. Are they finished? Let me read some of these comments. I got some TPL. I'm up 3%. No, not 3. It's on 6 now. Not 3. It's on 6 now. You're at 6%. Hey, love it. Congratulations, Usman. Didn't you join my show just a couple of days ago? Now, if I remember correctly, you were asking me, could you help me? Could you do this? Could you do that? And I said, call into the show. If you have made 6% in a day on your TPL, and I know you're very young, you're 18 years of age, perhaps you might like to call in, because I would hate to see you lose it. If you bought it 6 months ago, then you don't care. You're gold, right? But you might feel a little bit down if you find tomorrow you're down 6%. Remember, this stock is up thousands of percent. It can move a lot and you could be out of the money. Consider taking some profit. Remember, to build and become a millionaire and a billionaire, you have to build your portfolio, build the money, so the money can then start to compound and build itself. I keep saying this. So when you're young and you're 18, unless you're a millionaire, and maybe you are, I wasn't at 16. I had nothing. I haven't got much now. You might want to consider taking some profits and allowing the money to grow somewhere else now, rather than just holding it forever. Because somebody else who bought it, a lot less, they're up hundreds of percent. Someone else who's got a big portfolio, they can afford it to drop, because it's like me. My S&P can go down 30%. Doesn't bother me. I just buy more. You might not be in that position, and you might want to go, well, I want to buy more stock. So you take a profit and wait for a dip, even if it's in the same stock, but at least give yourself a chance to acquire more stock. Maybe you've not got enough stock yet to take you to a millionaire, to take you to $1 million. I don't know. Maybe you do. All right. So just, if you want to call in, you are a member, you can call in. When do you think SMI would be a seller? Well, 85%, I just said. 85%? I mean, what do you want? How much more money do you want? I'm happy with that. Usman, what's your portfolio performance for the year? Yes. Yep. I will I can hear that loud leaf blower. Maybe I can buy another blower with your secret stock. Maybe I bought it. I bought it 2 days ago. I'm up 150% on Rocket Lab. Congratulations. I would certainly be taking. I mean, listen, guys, no one ever went bankrupt taking profits. No one. High risk stocks, high performance. Take some money off the table. Don't just leave it there. Take some profit. There's nothing wrong with that. Rocket Lab, you said you've made 150%. Well, I mean, just stop and think a moment. I think it's really important to sort of say this from time to time. If you didn't invest on the stock market and you put money in the bank, which we were told was the best thing in the world to do when we were kids, right? You'd have made 0.5% in a year. Maybe you've made 1% in a year on an average basic checking account, right? Right? None whatsoever. And in fact, your money's gone down because inflation's gone up by more than that. So you've actually lost money. You've lost money by giving it to the bank, right? You have made 150%. I ask you this. If, as you are right now, you're doing it on an app, you're doing it on a computer, doesn't feel like real money, does it? Nobody can tell me this feels like real money. Doesn't, does it? It doesn't, because you press a button, you're up, you're down, you sell, you buy. Doesn't feel like real money. But I ask you this. If that 150, if that money that you've got, Ivan Silver, in Rocket Lab was sitting in front of you in $100 bills, a pile of cash, and I then just gave you another 150% in cash in your hand, piled up in front of you on the table, you could touch it, smell it, see it, big pile of money, all right? And I said, there you go. You can have that now. That's yours. Keep it. Keep the cash in your hand. $150,000. Sorry, 150%. Or give it me all back and we'll see how we do. And maybe you'll be up and maybe you'd be down. What would you do? I think more people would go, well, I'll take the 150% profit, thanks. I think more people would do that. I honestly do. And people don't, of course. And that's how the game works. I bought it 2 days ago. Christopher, I started 1 month ago, put 450 in my account, and now I'm on 540. It's not bad, is it? It's not bad, is it? My girlfriend tells me it's not real money. That's the problem. It is real money. Make it so. You know? I tell you what I'm going to do. This is the problem. Oh, here they come again. It's Friday. Do you know how small these little leaves are? Little baby leaves like that. Little baby leaves. Isn't it insane? Living in America. I said to him, why don't you get some electric mowers? They're a lot quieter, do the same job. You can charge them up with solar panels. Doesn't make any pollution. Doesn't make any noise. Well, this is what we got. Yeah, I know. I'd get rid of, if it's up to me, I'd get rid of them. I would get rid of them. But Leah likes the grass being cut regularly. I haven't got time to do it. So this is how it is. But the thing is, what if it goes right? Okay, Ivan Silver, I'm going to use your comments here. I would take, right, okay, here we go. I'm going to make a video just for you, Ivan Silver. You ready? This is for you. It's called Greed, Rocket Lab. And the time here is 5:28. 5:28. Okay, here we go. I'm going to make you your very own video. Rocket Labs. Do that again. That was rubbish. Rocket Lab. Ticker symbol RKLB. Greed. Is it real money? This is happening in a live show. One of my members is telling me these things live right now, and I'm going to make a video using their quotes and using this thought process here. Now, this doesn't just relate to Rocket Lab. This relates to any stock, any high-risk growth stock. What I'm going to tell you now should scare you, should wake you up, and if it does, as some people say, Martyn Lucas, he manipulates the stock market. He manipulates the S&P 500. Yep, with my 39,000 subscribers, I can manipulate trillions of dollars. You're absolutely right. The whole world listening to me. So get ready for a market crash. Why? Because everyone's going to dump their stock now on what I'm about to say. Are you ready? Okay, here we go. Tap the like button if you like this information. Consider subscribing. Consider subscribing if you'd like to hear more of this nonsense. You ready? Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab is a great business. It's probably one of the best publicly owned rocket companies, if not the best, that you can buy. I like it. I've always said it's great. It's a great business, well-run business. However, it's not the safest of businesses, and I don't mean because it flies into space. I mean because of the profit margins and the balance sheet and everything else. It's not a completely guaranteed thing. There are much better stocks out there which you can buy and own and pass on to generations, and they're always going to go up, and there's no risk hardly at all. There's always risk here. Now, one of my members just said to me live in the show, I'm up 150% on Rocket Lab. Fantastic. I'm thrilled to bits. He's asking me, should I take some profit? I don't know. I don't know what to do. Well, I'm going to put this to you and make you think about it. And I've got 3 other comments from him, which I'm going to share with you live on the screen. In the last few years, we've all got used to trading money on an app while sat on the toilet. We've desensitized ourselves. It's not real money. It's not real money. I wonder how many of you would actually freak out if you lost your phone, knowing you have access to all your money on your phone. You just go out and buy a new one and back it up from the cloud and restore it. You probably wouldn't worry about it too much. I'll put it to you this way. This is real money. And his girlfriend said to him, look at this. My girlfriend tells me it's not real money. His girlfriend is telling him this isn't real money. You bet your ass it's real money. You're just not aware of it, or you're desensitized to the reality of it. So what I said to him was this. I said, all right, you're up 150%. So imagine this scenario. Let's take his money and imagine it's a big pile of cash on his living room table. He's at home watching my show like this. Absolutely got to be watching my show, right? While watching my show, I pile up in front of him a pile of $100 bills, stacks up to the ceiling. He can see it, smell it, touch it, feel it. It's real money, right? It's a human tactile event. He can feel it. And then I say to him, well, what have you done for this business over the last few weeks? Nothing. Have you built any rockets? Have you done any work? Are you an employee of Rocket Lab? Have you turned up in the morning and, polished the rocket? What have you done? Nothing. Just sat here. Okay, so nothing then. Well, I'm now going to give you another 150% of that money right in front of you right now, and that pile just got, in fact, it didn't get higher because I'm already up to the ceiling. It got wider. I sort of did it around I made it 2 towers of money. All that money piled up right in front of you. And I said, you can keep that now if you want. That's yours. You've earned that. You've worked hard for that. You deserve it sitting on the toilet doing nothing. You own that. That's yours. Or I can take it all back again, and maybe I'll give you more next time, or maybe I'll give you less, or maybe I will give you none a year from now. What would you do? I would suggest most people would go, I'm having that. I'm taking that. At least maybe buy back a dip on the same company or buy the S&P, or you're guaranteed to make money over time, or buy my favorite stock of all time. Links below in the chat. I'll post it at the end. Best stock ever. Elon Musk, Donald Trump. That's all I'm going to say. Best stock ever. You buy that or something else. I don't think many people would say, keep it, let it ride. Would you? What, you wouldn't take any money? Anyway, his girlfriend says it's not real money. It's real money. If we really was aware of what we had on our apps, I think we might make different decisions. I would take it, says Ivan Silver, but here's the problem. But the thing is, what if it goes to 200%? That's where you're getting it wrong. That's where the greed kicks in. And let me explain exactly what I mean. Don't care what you could have. Don't care what everybody else does have. Care what you do have. Take care of what you do own. Don't worry about everybody else. Nobody ever went bust taking profit. You've got profit. It belongs to you. Do something with it. Don't sit on it. If you think that this stock is a risky stock and it can go up and down, which we know it can, why would you not take profit? And I thought of something earlier while I was at the doctor's. I went to the doctor this morning for a medical. And I thought of something, and it's perfect analogy for this video. So I'm going to share it with you. Warren Buffett once said, if you could only trade and buy 4 or 5 stocks, I forget how many it was, you'd put a lot of effort into it because that's all you could buy. 4 or 5 stocks. That's it. You couldn't buy any more. You couldn't get out of it. What you bought is what you owned for life to make yourself rich, wealthy, and financially independent. You'd put a lot more time and effort into it. You'd care about what you own. You would study it. You'd probably go to the factory, talk to the people that work there, interview the CEO. Can I trust you, mate? I'm only going to buy this stock my whole life. But no one does that. They feel it's important to buy and sell and trade and buy and sell and trade. When reality is the richest people own a couple of things and that's it. Because they would take the time to understand it. And why I say I thought of this while I was at at the doctor's was because that applies to you as well. Think about it. Think of your body as an instrument. Okay, the real Martyn Lucas is not what you see here today. The real Martyn Lucas is the passion and energy, the heart and soul inside this physical body. My energy, my passion, and my soul is me looking out through my eyes, looking out and moving through this body. This body is just a tool, an instrument that I have been given to use throughout my life. Now think about that for a moment. If like the 4 stocks, you could only buy 4 stocks, you'd put effort into it. If you could only buy and own 1 car, I bet you any money you like, that car would remain in a garage. You probably wouldn't even buy the car until you could afford to put it in the garage to keep it safe and protect it and dry so it wouldn't rust. You'd wash it, you'd polish it, because you know that car is the only car you're going to have for life. When it breaks, it's broken. It's done. You don't move. Well, how about your body? It's the only body you've got. If you take care of that body, you're more likely to move through life with less pain. You're more likely to be happy. You're more likely to be productive. And you're more likely to live a bit longer. However, if you're like me, and most of you probably are, and the doctor even told me today, he said most men, when they're young, just like you, run the marathon, do Tough Mudder. Why? Because they want to get a good-looking woman. Well, it worked. I got Leah, all right? And then they get married, and then they eat, and then they sit on the sofa. So, bear that in mind. How we take care of our bodies, how we take care of our cars, It's how we should take care of our stock. If you're making profit, take it. Consider what you own. Really consider what you own, not what everybody else has. Who cares if everybody else has a fitter, better looking body than me? Of course, that's impossible. No one could possibly have a face better than this. Just saying. But this is the face that I've got. If I spend my time worrying about, I wish I had hair, wish I looked like Tom Cruise, I'm wasting my time because it's never going to change. This is what I have. Make the most of it. So this is your stock. Make the most of it. Take some money from it. Make it work for you. Don't just sit there. This is real money. My girlfriend tells me it's not real money. I would take it, but what if it goes up? What if, could have, should have, doesn't matter. If you take your profit and you've made some money, you've achieved something. Who the hell cares if it goes up to $200? No one knows what the future is going to bring. Take care of yourself. Take care of the car. Take care of the stocks you own. Take care of you. Do the right thing. Don't get greedy. Take some profit. Why not? Reinvest it. Stay in the game. What everybody else does, what everybody else looks like, what everybody else has, it's completely irrelevant. Click above my head. Down below in the description. Over here, I shall post another video. I shall give you the secret stock, the best stock in the world. And down here, I shall put the playlist for Rocket Lab. Until next time, as always, take care of yourselves and each other. Hello, everyone. Dana K. James. Leaves. We like our gas-powered motors. Damien Drakeford. Yeah, I bloody know. I don't mind the car so much, but is it really necessary for a leaf blower? Is it really necessary for a giant tank to blow little leaves? Imagine it. I'm a little leaf sat on the grass. Hello, little leaf. Hello, other little leaf. You know what day it is, don't you? Yeah, it's Friday. Yeah, that bloody great giant tank comes and blows us around like it's the greatest hurricane in the history of the world. I know, it's completely unnecessary. Mine keeps saying, why don't they just rake us up and put us in a bag? You do realise if they put you in a bag, they'll set fire to you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, we prefer the blower. Fight 528 for your next blooper. Fight 528 for your next blooper. What's that? I have no idea. What was 528? 5 hours 28? What happened at 5 hours and 28? What happened at 5 hours? I sold Rocket Lab at $19. Sold a bit early. I bought at 4, but only bought 3.5 shares. So I'm not a millionaire yet. Don't worry about it, James. Even real money is not real money anymore. 1613 was my entry to TPL. What do you think? I'm up 7%. Should I close it or should I hold it long term? I want to hold it for you want to hold it for the long term. Of course you do. I understand that. Usman, you need to understand, right? Did you buy the stock because I said so? And it sounds really good the way I'm explaining it. You think, oh, yeah, that sounds really good, that. Or did you buy the stock because you think it's undervalued of where it's going and you understand what you've bought? If you can answer those questions, you've already answered your own question. I will save this video as a lesson, Martin. Yeah, watch it over and over again. Because remember, Ivan Silver, every time you watch it, I earn 1 cent. And those 1 cents add up. So watch it. Because then I'll take the 1 cent that I earned from you. Didn't earn it from you because you didn't do it. You didn't do anything, right? I provided you with a great entertaining video. But the ads that were on it, the people that paid to sponsor the ads, they pay to be on it. And then Google gives me a bit of that and I earn 1 cent per person, right? So watch it over and over again. I want you to come back on Monday and say, Martyn, over the weekend, I watched your video 50 times, and I'll go, nice one, mate. That's 50 cents. I appreciate it. And I'll take that 50 cents, pay my tax, and buy the S&P. Dip, or just trim the position. Classic Kana, I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just making sure that that Usman is a brand new investor. I think he's 18 years of age. He's just starting out, understands what he's bought, why he's bought it. That's all I'm saying. He is in a different position than millionaires and billionaires who are buying Texas Pacific land, who don't mind it going down 30% because they'll just buy more. He might not be able to do that. He might not have the money to buy more. He might feel it if it goes down. Whereas if he's got a small little profit, he's made a real profit, he can then buy something with the profit that he can own forever. For example, the S&P 500. And remember, Usman, TPL is about to go into the S&P 500. Think about it. You take your profit from TPL, just a suggestion, I'm not saying you do it, I'm just giving you these options. You go, brilliant, I've made 7% profit. Hurrah! Doing nothing. Hurrah to me in 2 days, which is what you could do in nearly a year, in about 10 months on the S&P, not 9 months on the S&P. And now I can buy the S&P, which I never have to sell, and it pays me a dividend. And on top of that, the S&P owns TPL. I've still got it. But now I've got the reassurance. There's a consideration. There's a consideration. And in fact, that's exactly what I am doing. Because as you know, on my Roth IRA, I bought some Coca-Cola. Because that's a great company like TPL. When that goes up about 10%, it'll outperform the S&P at that point. Because I believe there's much more growth in Coca-Cola over the next quarter, 2 quarters in the S&P. I will then take the profit, tax-free, it's on my IRA, and I buy back the S&P. I benefit twice. I don't have to sell the S&P, and the S&P still owns Coca-Cola. Win twice. Simple. Very, very simple. Anyway, Usman, call in. I can't. I'm going out soon. No problem at all. Okie dokie. Subscribe to Martyn Lucas's music channel. Oh, yeah, there it is. There's the music channel. Thank you so much, James. By the way, I was disappointed this morning. I have to say I was disappointed. I've been running this show now for 5 hours and 46 minutes. Bearing all, because last year I told Leah it was so funny. I earned more today than I've done on any other show because everyone was giving super chats. And I was sitting there waiting for someone to do a sarcastic, silly joke on a super chat, and no one did it. So it's rubbish. Worst trip to the doctor ever. I told the doctor about it. I said, in a minute, you watch. Someone's going to give me a super chat. He said, what? You're actually going to earn money? Will I give you an internal examination? I said, yeah, it's a brilliant plan. People love it. They like to tell jokes and have a laugh at my expense, but I earn a couple of bucks a time. I don't mind. I can live with it. And at the end of the examination, I had a look. And he went, how much did you get? I went, I didn't get anything. You made me look bad in front of the doctor. Anyway, the classic Kana. I have Rocket Lab out of my main pie. So if I sell it, I'll be happy with my profit. There you go. Very good. And most importantly, take care of each other. That's right. Thank you for the lesson and honest opinion. You're very welcome. Oh, here we go. Stacey Bailey, undervalued. There you go. Then hold on to it then. Simple. You've answered your own question. XRP. Yes. What about it? I'm looking at it. Yes, I know. It's $1.41. Now, there's another thing. Here's another life example. I sold my XRP and my Bitcoin. And look at it now. How do I feel? I feel great. No, you don't. You feel rubbish. You could have tripled your money. Yeah, I could. So you're lying then, aren't you? You're saying you feel great. You could have tripled your money. You're lying. No, I feel great. Explain to me how you feel great then if you did that. Well, before I sold back in January, you remember, then I sold my crypto in the summer. You will know that in January, first of all, I sold for losses. I made sure that I actually got a tax rebate. I got free money. I got free money to compensate the losses, not all of it, but I got some free money. I got a tax rebate. I've made certain that I won't pay tax this year because I know how much money I'm going to earn on YouTube this year. My money's going up. It's doubling each year. All right. And I don't want to pay too much in tax. I want to keep my money down as much as possible to avoid going into a higher tax bracket, obviously. Right. So I sold for a loss on my main account, rebalanced the account and started going again. And then I sold my XRP and I sold my Bitcoin for a profit that will still keep my profits down enough to keep me in the lowest tax bracket. See, that's smart, right? Okay. But you're going to go, yeah, well, you still could have made more money. Yes, I could, but I sold without any real tax heavyweight implication, which was great.
Stacey Bailey donated $5 through a super chat for your post-traumatic doctor visit therapy.
See, it's not hard, is it? It's not hard, is it? See, that's what I was expecting. Didn't happen. Rubbish. Next year, I'm not going to do it. There's going to be no trip to the bum doctor next year because it isn't worth it. It's not worth it. It didn't even pay to keep the lights going and the bloody camera going up and down for 5 hours on a track. No point doing it. Next year, no bum video. That's what you get. Anyway, Stacey Bailey is kind of like tipped the balance back a little bit in your favor. You never know. You might get it. Anyway, so then I took the profit, as little or whatever as it was, and then I bought the S&P, which we know is up 35% anyway. But now, remember I always say 5 steps ahead. Don't just buy a stock, sell it, and now what do I do? Our friend a moment ago, don't sell, Usman, don't sell TPL yet. And our other friend, don't sell, Ivan Silver, don't sell, Rocket Lab until you know at least 2 or 3 moves ahead. See, I knew what I wanted to do. See, now, because I've now bought all that extra profit in the S&P with that money I made, which has now gone up 30%, I don't have to sell the S&P going, oh my God, I got to sell now because it's going to go down. If it goes down, I just buy more with my future income from YouTube in months to come. Whereas some of you have got XRP or Bitcoin at these elevated prices thinking, oh my God, when do I sell? Because remember, until you sell, it's not real. Like we talked about earlier, it is real, should be treated as real, but it's not really nice bum money. That's brilliant. Oh my gosh. Leah, I've been paid bum money today. Yeah. No, it's not that kind of show. It isn't that kind of show, really. But nevertheless, I've been paid bum money. Stacey Bailey just said something very nice. She said, for your post-traumatic doctor visit therapy, but Mike, what can you expect from Mike? Mike had to turn it bad by saying, nice bum money. It was Mike who made it bad. Stacey Bailey meant it nice. Anyway, Leah's in the other room making a cup of tea. She took a day off today. See, took a day off to have her checks done. Me, I've got to work. I'm not in that privileged position yet to take paid days off. You know what I'm saying? Clearly I'm not. Anyway, yeah, I bought the S&P and now I can own it. So that's the point. If you are in XRP, if you are in Rocket Lab or TPL or whatever you've bought and you've made these massive gains, think to yourself, is it undervalued? Is it likely to go down? Is there risk involved? If there's risk involved and you made a good profit, take some profit, buy something you can then own, and then rinse and repeat. Find some more money, do it again. Don't have to just sit there and do nothing. Right? You can sit there and do nothing on a stock that can never go bankrupt. You can sit there and do nothing on a stock that can never really, over history is proven it's not going to suddenly drop. So just bear that in mind. Anyway, wait until my Toncoin goes. Stacey Bailey, MSK. Shut up, Mike, before you even say it, Stacey Bailey. Love how you have specific icons for us. Specific icons for you? What do you mean? Love how you have specific icons for us. Oh, did you not know about the icons? The little emojis? It's one of your membership perks. You get more of them depending on what your membership is. No, said Mike. MSK. On the road again, going to Kissimmee. Here he goes again. Mr. Holiday Man, always on holiday. The thing to remember about taking profit is if you don't need to sell the entire position. Yeah, now that is a thing. But I want to say this, be clear, right? And this is important. I was talking to Leah earlier about trimming her account. She's got a few stocks in there. And I said, maybe take some profit off Bitcoin. Your Carnival's now made some profit. Maybe dollar cost average down into Virgin Galactic. Blah, 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 blah. One thing that people forget. Oh, Christopher Shaw's here. It's going to call in. Stand by, Christopher. One thing people forget is they always think it's all or nothing. However, remember, if you don't all or nothing, make sure you know what you're actually selling. What I mean by that is, if you've bought a stock and you've bought it at different prices, some higher, some lower, dollar cost averaging, you've done all that good stuff, all right? Then you sell it all, you know you've made a profit overall because your balance will say you're up overall 5%, 10%. You know you've made money overall. However, if you only sell one share, half your position, 3/4 of your position, 10 shares, 1 share, 5 shares, it will start from the shares you bought first. If you're on Robinhood, at least. Other brokerages, you can do things like lot selling. You can choose which stocks to sell. But if you just go, okay, I'm up 10% on Robinhood, I'm going to sell 5 shares, and I've got 100, you might be selling 5 shares for a loss because those shares were bought higher. So you need to check back and go, right, I've got 100 shares. I'm going to sell 10. Go back down and look at the 100 shares, the ones you bought first. What were the first 10 you bought? What were the price of those? Maybe you want to sell for a loss for tax reasons, but most of you don't need to do that. You're not millionaires trying to reduce tax. Most of you don't ever need to do that. I did it for a whole different reason, as I've already explained, the continuity to the show and so on. Most people, you just focus on profits, right? You're not selling for losses. That's what people do for different reasons. Just make sure. Whereas if you do sell the whole thing, and of course you don't have to, at least you know overall you're up. Some will be losses, some will be profits, but overall you're up. Anyway, that being said, we've got Christopher Shaw live on the show. How are you, mate? Can you get yourself in the center of the camera? Just a little bit.
Yeah, 1 second.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's better. How are you, postman? What's going on?
Well, I'm a bit run down with the lurgy, but I'm soldiering on, mate. So, how are you?
I'm all right, mate. I'm all right. I'm very healthy after my checkup.
Yeah, and £5 or $5 richer as well. That.
Exactly.
Yeah, my girlfriend, Martin, she says this is a few weeks back or months ago, that I'm gambling. I'm in the casino, basically. But she's, I wouldn't say she's gone full circle, but she's starting to get it now. And I'm 15% up in 3.5 months over my 2 portfolios that I've kind of managed. So it's more the market moving that, I would say. I wouldn't want to claim that's all me, but yeah, I'm a better person, and I'd say more intelligent for it as well, if I dare say so. I'm enjoying the journey. I'm enjoying listening to you and the community. So it's better to be invested.
Stay invested.
I wouldn't be. I have done a little bit of it. I think we all have, but if I was 18, I think we'd all like to go back and have that time again.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be the person you are today thinking the way you are at 18. No way I'd have bought the S&P 500 at 18.
No, you'd
So,
be Weber or something like that.
so always just think forward. Don't think backwards. It serves no purpose. Like I say, it's as helpful as as just chewing bubble gum, trying to solve an algebra equation. There's absolutely nothing. There's no point. Just focus forward. But remember, and this is a really good thing to always keep the back of your head. It's really great. You're up 15%. Fantastic. Nothing better in the world. You've grown your money. It makes you feel good. However, most of it is not luck, but it's time. If you bought good businesses, it's just time and patience, right? So don't congratulate yourself too much. Don't berate yourself too much if you're down. But now this is the good part though. If you've got solid businesses, I'm just going to take the S&P 500 for as an example, right? Even though we have rallies and we have dips and so on and so forth, there's never been a time since the history of this whole thing ever started, and I'm going back millions of years now, when we were cavemen. Economies have always grown over time. Money has always gone up. Yes, maybe inflation, but it's always gone up. We talked about inflation. You can win by default, right? There's never been a time when the S&P, and use that as an example, that it's dipped, whether it's due to a crisis like a war or a recession or the dot-com or the housing crisis, yada, 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 where it's dipped and never gone back to another all-time high at some time in the future.
Yeah,
so
it might just take...
Yeah, might take a day, might take a week, might take a month. The great thing about it is a all-time high has never, ever, ever not been beaten again, right? So the great thing about it is if you're up 15% and for some reason World War III breaks out tomorrow, who the hell cares what your money's worth anyway? Because it doesn't matter. So stay invested. If there's a global crisis, what the hell? You just keep earning money like you are as a postman, and you just keep buying lower and lower prices. So you improve your position. It's all a transfer of wealth. All it is the people at the end of the journey with all the money start selling to me and you. Just a transfer, right? And the point is, once it's set this level, like it is for you now, that's a kind of virtual guarantee that at some point it's going to go there again. So now we've reached that point, it kind of like protects us to go there again. That kind of level's been reached now. So if you got here and then we dip over the next few weeks, few months, you know this is coming again. So you don't have to think, how low is it going to go? What am I going to do? What should I do? Never sell. Don't sell when you're down. Spend the next few months buying more down here. And now you got more. So when it starts going up, it goes up faster, back up to here again. And the chances are it'll then pass it and you're up every single stock is up again. Even the ones you bought on the way up, they're all up now. And that's how I've grown my portfolio.
Yeah, I was in the post office doing my collection about 2 hours ago or so. And there was a lady, bless her. She was on a walking stick, probably in her late 60s. And she was explaining how she was spending 50 quid to get out of debt. And she was getting the 45 quid overdraft charge. And I thought, heck, for this poor lady, she's on a walking stick and she still doesn't understand how to manage money, and how lucky I am. I've kind of run with your 7-year doubling. I know it's just a rule of thumb, but I'm thinking, well, if I've got £1 now, it's worth 2 quid in 7 years. So I'm trying to, really double down and be disciplined, and I'm really happy with where I'm at. I'm in the fund and gold. So I've got a nice sort of diversified portfolio. And when one's down, the other one's up. So I'm relaxed, mate.
Yeah, so you don't get the overall volatility. Exactly. This is another reason why I really like the S&P, because we've just found out, even though I knew the day before from a few friends in Dallas, that TPL, which I think is the best stock ever, I already own it by default.
Yeah.
I love that. Marathon Oil's out, not performing very well. TPL's in. Thank you very much. So, it's a great way of investing, and one stock's up, one stock's down, but overall everything grows. So yeah, it's great. It's great to hear your story that you're loving it and you're staying invested. And now you've hit those marks. When it does go down, if it goes down, maybe it won't. Maybe you'll just keep going up and up and up for another couple of years. But at some point, it'll be down for a week or a month, and we'll enter a bear market. You've not experienced that yet. So everyone joining my show in the last year is kind of like thinking this is better than it is.
Yeah.
They're thinking, bloody hell, Martyn Lucas keeps picking winners all the time. Well, most stocks are winning. That's why, it's not, I know more than anyone else. I probably I know less. But the reality is we're in a bull market. Most things are doing well. And even things that aren't doing well, company-wise, performance-wise, are being bought. So the stock goes up. The company doesn't support it. And when we get to a bear market and when there's a bit more uncertainty, the rubbish, like I've said, the Russell, will sell off because people will realize, actually, there's nothing good about this stock. It's time to take profit and it will come crashing down. Whereas good quality stocks will continue to do well because money will flow back into those because the rubbish is gone now. So, yeah, it's a long-term plan and just stay the course. But, yeah, I'm glad that I came in at the top of the end of the bull market after the COVID, when everyone was buying everything with Robinhood, and I bought and I lost $30,000 on Virgin Galactic. That was my first dip into the stock market. Yours has been win, win, win. I'm brilliant. And let me tell you a story, and remember this, take this to heart. I went to one of my high hoity-toity gigs. I was playing, entertaining some billionaires down in Dallas, and there were some Wall Street managers in there. You wouldn't have. I don't think you've heard this. I've not said this for about a year. And I just started the show. This was a few years ago, and these are Wall Street managers who are billionaires, know the deal, very smart people. And there I am. I've been on my show now for about 6 months, and I was buying Tesla, and I was buying Virgin Galactic, and I was this idiot that was on YouTube telling these guys, oh, have you heard of Tesla? Brilliant. You buy that. Virgin Galactic, buy that. I'm up 50%. I'm really good. Right? Like I knew something they didn't know. Do you know what I mean? And I remember them just smiling really calmly. They're in their 60s, 65, 70, just smiling at me, yeah. Right? And I thought I was smarter than them. I was the new young guy who discovered all these secrets and I knew all about the future. And I kept friends with them. And I've talked since then. And of course, I lost 30 grand on Virgin Galactic. And I bought Tesla at the top before it crashed back down again. Before the splits. And I think I paid $1,500 for a share of Tesla at one time before the split, the three-way split. And, I thought everything would go on forever because I'd only experienced going on forever. I thought it was brilliant. Keep buying stuff, keeps going up. You can't go wrong. I even made statements on the show when the S&P went up. That's it now. We've hit a point. We won't be going lower than this. A month later, we were lower. And I learned by getting it wrong. So you've been lucky in one respect to just keep winning. But also remember, you learn more from losing. So in some ways, you have a disadvantage because you haven't felt what it feels like to get margin called live on the show in front of everyone. I was in tears. I cried that day, and people were giving me tips to make me feel better. I was losing money, 30 grand down. It was horrible. Didn't like it. Didn't understand what margin really was.
You carried on.
You carry on. But then I learned what not to do, and it really hurt and made me cry, right? I was very unhappy. Then I rebalanced, and now it's just been great ever since. But that doesn't mean to say I'm going to get it right forever and ever and ever. I now see it differently. I'm much more conservative. I'm protecting my money rather than trying to grow my money. And by protecting it, I seem to make money just by trying to protect it rather than chasing anything.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to go with growth, but at the same time, I'm well diversified within pension and you.
Build that fort. So it's like an army. If you think of an army living inside a castle, it doesn't empty the castle, does it? And run out and spread itself all over the empire, one soldier in each country, because they're all going to get wiped out. Or while they're away, someone comes and breaks in the castle because there's no one there. Build the castle, build the moat, build the walls, get yourself efficient. Like I said, be efficient. Make yourself, you got money coming in, even $1 or $1 million, doesn't matter. and slowly send some soldiers out to do a bit of work, but monitor what they're doing. Let them bring back some profit. That makes the castle a bit stronger, make the walls a bit higher, build that resilience up. Send a few more soldiers out now, because now you can afford to buy a few more soldiers. They go out, they do some work, they come back, strengthen the moat. Now the moat gets wider, and before you know it, you've got an unconquerable empire.
I'm buying a house at the. I've looked at sort of compound interest on the reverse scale in the bank lenders, and I'm borrowing. I'll just tell you, I've got nothing to hide. 255 grand.
Right.
We're putting a bit nice 3-bed semi, and it's about 300. I think it's about 380 grand, mate, in interest. I know it's not going to stay that way, fixed over here in the UK. It probably works different in America, but I'm not sure my girlfriend's going to sort of see the not so much the light, but see the path I'm on. But irrespective, doesn't want to overpay. Then I'm just going to do the reverse and invest more.
You're not going to overpay, did you say?
No, I'd like to, because it's netting out my old mortgage rate of my flat here and the new house about 4.5%. So it's not sky high, but it's no sort of.
But you know, if you can, even if a small little bit, if you can overpay your mortgage, and you put how it works in America. I know I did it in England, it's exactly the same, but in America, you have to say, I want to put this $50, whatever, £50 towards the principal, not the mortgage. Just, you're putting it to the principal. So the amount you borrowed is being just chopped off all the time. You can literally save a third of the interest by overpaying.
Yeah, it's not even life-changing amounts of money. It's a couple £100 a month between the two of you.
Yeah.
That's encouraged. So if we can do that together, great. If not, I'm just going to have to double down on the investments. And I know I'm generous, so I'm going to see a bit of it on the other side anyway, but she's not going to watch.
Is the mortgage comfortable? Is it doable? You're not stretching too much?
It's about a quarter of my salary, so about 600 and maybe 20% of my salary, depending on.
It's about 20%. Okay, so it's it's doable for you. You can the other 80%. You can manage your lifestyle, and okay. Yeah. So you're in a privileged position where you've got enough money. You're not spending too much money on the mortgage compared to what you're earning. So you can pay the mortgage, maybe a little bit of overpaying, and invest at the same time. Is good. And I asked that because if you'd said something to me like it's 50% of my income or more, I would have said work harder, pay that mortgage off, overpay, don't invest at all, not one single penny. I would have said just double down, because you can save so much money. I did the same thing. I did the same thing with my car loan. When I came to America, I bought a brand new car, because people said to me, I need to get a credit score. I needed a car anyway for my work, because I was doing gigs at the time. So I bought this car from a friend of mine, brand new car, and it was like something like 6.4%, which is not a bad rate for a car loan, whatever. And it was a $35,000 car. It was a Ford Transit Connect to carry the gear around. And I bought that off, and I paid it off. I just did nothing but pay the car loan down. Just pay the car loan, pay the car. Every single penny, I just pay the car loan down. Literally every day. If I had like another £5, boom, I'd ring up the bank. I'd go in and put another $5. But I'd always say the principal, please, not at the end. I want to put it on the beginning. And I ended up paying, I think it was something like, Leah just couldn't believe it. It was something like I paid, I think it was $94 in interest in total, of 35 grand for the car. Because I kept paying it off, overpaying. So those payments just never had any interest on them. I just kept all the time knocking it out. And I just wouldn't eat at McDonald's. If I looked at McDonald's, that's £5. I didn't see it as £5 off the car. I saw it as £10 off the car, because there's £5 and £10 over the period in interest on that £5. And I couldn't believe it. Under $100 in interest. It would have been like a 7-year loan. I paid it off, I think, in a year and a half. Done. Finished.
you're the only person in about 1,000 people on that same loan scheme doing it. But fair play to you. You
Yeah,
did it
people don't
before.
do it. They think, I can afford £100 a month for 7 years. It's the same as a mortgage. You go, oh, it's 300, whatever, £300 a year, a month mortgage. I can afford that. I'll have a nice life. I'll just go out and do stuff. But you've gone from 30 years to 8 years. Poof. That's the difference. And in 8 years, you've now got no mortgage. You've now got even more money because your probably wages have gone up. And now you've got like thousands of dollars every week going, or every month going to the S&P. Boom, boom, boom. No mortgage anymore. You've got more money.
Yeah, that's what I see, mate. I see, a time where I continue the mortgage payments, but they're not going to Nationwide or HSBC. They're going into my pension pot or my stocks and. So that's what I want by the time I'm in my mid-50s.
Yeah.
Not my 60s. There's people really struggling at work, and just accept. But that's their life. I've got to look at myself.
Yeah. Well, sounds like you got it worked out, mate. Congratulations. Being a young man with a mortgage, it's not easy these days to get a mortgage. Not everyone can. And you've got one, and you got your lovely lady there, so you're in a good position. Well done.
Yeah, enjoyed the call, mate. I'll see you later on the concert.
Thanks for calling. Yeah, Friday night, absolutely. Thanks for calling in. Cheers. There we go. Christopher Shaw calling in. I love having a conversation with you guys, and that was another good call. Feel free to call in anytime you like. Carl, you are right. It's so simple. The bum doctor, nice bum money. Liz, you've been paid what? Money. That's it. We are done. Yeah, MSK. I have no ton coin. You don't need ton coin, Mike. You got XRP. It's your best performing asset, even though you don't realize it. I was referring to James and his icons. Oh, James. Oh, I see. But you've all got icons as well. Very few of you even use them. It's part of the bonuses, and you don't even realize it. I can't believe it. What a waste of space you guys are. You don't even realize you've got all these lovely things that I give you. Lovely things. Lots of lovely things, and you don't even use them. Another CEO purchase, making it 4 in 3 months. Trump to pass $1 billion online education reform on day one. Can you cover that stock soon? What stock is that? NRDY? Yes, I can if you are a member of the channel. You're not a member of the channel, so I have to focus on members, I'm afraid, at the moment. MSK, there's something to get those trees, and it ain't. There is something in those trees, and it ain't no man. Get to the chopper. Hello, how's your day going? It's going lovely. Better now. Good evening, Mike. Good evening, Christopher. Caveman. Do you remember Captain Caveman? Remember that? I showed my family the Leah shirt, and they said, "What's that for?" Told them I made it for a fundraiser for Leah. Yosia said, "Why? Is she sick?" I said, yeah, she's married to Martyn. That's nice. Bit rude, though. Bit rude. Unnecessary. No need for that. Obviously, I was joking, and I told him the real reason. What is the real reason, then? Stacey Bailey, what was the joke reason that you told him? We got laughs, we got jokes, we got stuff. You wait. You just wait. I will buy you. I will buy you a driver mic. A driver mic with my profits. You're almost too old to drive. I got your back. What's your percent profit on your XRP now, Mike? He does it. 69%? Mike said he's got no money. I'm sick of this. You always find this in life. Always. You always find people with the most money say they got nothing. I mean, I'm going to stop believing him now. When I from time to time, I call Mike up. I call him up and we have a chat, and he goes, "Oh, Martyn, I'm struggling. Life's not art. Life's tough for me. I got no money." And now I find out live on the show, he's up 69%. He's a multi-millionaire, this guy. Never got any money. It's always the same people. Always the same. Always the ones with the money. Never got any money. He knows I'm joking. Oh, I thought your XRP position was averaging at the 30 to 40 cents. Should be more than 69% up. 20.63 shares. Mike, you don't have shares. You have tokens. These aren't shares. They're not stocks. They're coins. In fact, they're not even coins. They're tokens. There's no physical coin. They're tokens. There's data on a blockchain. That's what you own. You own data on a blockchain. It says Mike owns me. Mike was here. Mike was here. It's written in cyberspace. If you put your head out of the window and looked into cyberspace, because that's where it is, because where you are is the matrix. If you look out of the window, that's cyberspace. If you look very closely, just left of right and over there a bit, you'll see a bit of you'll see a bit of XRP, and it will say Mike was here. All right, hold it for 20 shares. Yup, still holding. Love it. It's 11 quid. I love it. I love it. I love it. Nice one, Mike. Don't you worry about that, Mike. 11 quid's 11 quid. I don't know why I've gone all English. $11 is $11 is $11. 69%. I don't care what you say. By the way, I reached a big milestone today. Pretty chuff. But I won't say as it would be boasting. We get these sort of people as well. You know, the sort of people who come on and go, I've had some really good news, but I can't say. Okay, you know we're all going to say. Let's just skip to the end. Let's not do the usual round and round. Go on, tell me. No, I can't tell you. No, go on, tell. No, you don't want to know. Go on. No. Just tell me, because you know we're going to get there anyway. Do you want to call in and show off and tell us how much money you've made? The thing is, if you call in and tell us, we know what's going to happen. I'm going to go, congratulations, nice one, mate. We're going to talk 5 minutes about a really bad Arnold Schwarzenegger impression. Mike's going to feel like committing suicide because he'll go, I've only got 11 quid. I didn't make that sort of money. We know the outcome. Let's just do it anyway. Let's just do it anyway, right? Call in, tell me how much money you made. I'll have a go at your rubbish impression. Mike will phone in probably to say he's made no money. Friday phone in. It's a late Friday phone. Let's do a late Friday phone in. Right? Good God. See? He's already preparing for suicide. He's already going, I'm moving towards it already. I'm already on the edge. I just did MSK to call in and I'm there. I love this job. I'm selling. It just went to $12. Mike has been more successful trading crypto than 95% of other crypto investors. He has. He's outperformed everybody. He's probably up more than Michael Saylor, because Michael Saylor was buying Bitcoin around the 60,000. So he's probably up more than Michael Saylor percentage wise. All right. Just saying. Mike was the first ever day trader of the day in season 4. See? Not only has he got more money than everybody else, he wins more than everybody else. He just doesn't realize it. He doesn't realize the successes he's having. Anyway, this is all very well and good. I hate to say I told you so, but I'm going to tell you anyway. Texas Pacific Land, still going up. I don't know what else to tell you, really. Anyway, I've done my bit. I tell you what, Erie, Mike's phoning in. My God, now it's going to get good. Now the show's about to begin. Here we go. This can only go downhill from here. All right? Okay, here we go. Mike, live on Martyn Lucas Investor. Yes, that's it. Put yourself in the center of the screen. Bit to the right. Go on, Mike. You can do it. How are you, Mike?
I'm $12 richer.
But that's 63%. Why are you drifting to the left? Are you what?
I need to drink more alcohol. My hand's shaking.
You never guess who's calling in. I've got him on the phone line. MSK's here as well. MSK. So you stand by. You stand by. I'm talking to Mike. Mike was first. So you stand by. There you go. Mike, what's going on, mate? Why are you calling in?
Just to give you a hard time and to ruin your show.
As you always do on a Friday. Very often you phone in between. You're incapable of staying in the center of the camera, aren't you? That's just too much of a challenge.
I told you I need to drink more because my hands shake.
Yeah, but you're able to hold it to the side. So just choose the middle instead. That's it. Perfect. Go upside down. Yeah, just completely mess it up. Mike, how'd you feel? You're doing very well. You are a crypto genius. You've outperformed most people.
Yeah, it's
You should do YouTube videos on it, explaining the secret to your success. How you time the market so perfectly.
I know. I bought in just the perfect time.
I know.
84 cents. Boo-hoo.
I bought it 32. How about that?
And well, I had it at 30. I know. I had like 150 shares at one time at like 30.
Mike, it's not shares. I've just explained this.
Bits of information.
Yes, that's better than bloody shares. You can't have shares in XRP, mate.
Rubbish. Crypto. Rubbish.
Yeah, I'm out of it, mate. I'm done with it. I'm just watching everybody else get rich, getting really upset with myself.
In MSK, he has, what did he say the other day? He had like $60,000 profit. For God's sake, sell it.
Yeah. Well, we're about to find out how much money he has got. Mike, stay with me. I'll be checking to see if you're still alive. Right? You'll be all right. Just stay right where you are. Let's go in here from MSK. Let's all get dead jealous. Here he is. MSK, talk to me. What's going on? Why are you done so well today?
You know what? Now that Mike's called in live, I feel even more. No, I'm joking. Mike's a big boy.
He can take it.
It's fine.
It might just be me who can't take it. It's probably going to upset me most. Forget
Plus,
Mike.
I have to say, Mike, how can you say crypto rubbish when you're 69% up on XRP? Come on. but yeah, no, I was gonna say, if I was gonna say anywhere, it would be here, wouldn't it? I've reached a milestone, and my portfolio has gone over $200,000.
Way!
So, yeah. And you know what? Shout out to Sensei Crypto, because to be fair, XRP is a big reason for that. So, yeah.
$200,000. Isn't that amazing? Because you were so far down the other day.
Yeah, the other day. Maybe
hang on.
Stacey Bailey donated $2 through a super chat. Mike, get a bloody TR iPod, mate. Good God.
It must be over $100 by now, right? Mike, you can get the state-of-the-art stuff now.
Yeah, tripod. He just refuses. He just refuses. I point blank tell. I send him a bloody link in a minute. I'll text him the link on Amazon of how to buy the tripod. He just won't do it. Yeah.
You know what the funny thing is? I've still got the Fisker position just so I can offset the.
You still got that? Does that still count?
Yeah, apparently it's still open. So I mean,
can you sell it?
I can sell it, but I'm gonna sell it once I take big profits from the positions that I have profits on, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So that the profits are offset by the losses on Fisker.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. So that's what I'm looking. I don't know what it's doing. It's just there on this fixed price,
But isn't that amazing though, that you were down so much and now you got it all back?
Right.
See, that's how it goes, right?
Yeah,
so now
that is how it goes. That is how it goes. And I thought you said something quite very true. Actually, I think failure is the best lesson in life. And I saw, obviously individuals like Usman, and there was another individual who was 18 asking, should I do this or should I do that? I think at that age, you can afford to make the mistakes.
True.
And learn the lessons.
True.
So instead of saying, "Oh yeah, Martyn, you told me to do this, and then this happened, and they didn't go," it's just obviously people like me and you and others on the show can give advice, but you have to make the decision at the end of the day and take responsibility.
Absolutely, you've got to take responsibility, and too many people today don't want to do that. And I want to be absolutely clear: no matter how clever you are, no matter how many balance sheets you read, no matter how much you know, even if you know the CEO personally, as I know about nine now, you still don't know what the stock is going to do. You can't know unless it's owned by one person and he owns all of it and he's your best mate and he's just told you he's going to sell it all in 5 minutes, right? You don't know what's going to happen. And we have seen time and time again a great earnings report, right? Stock should be up and it goes down. A rubbish earning report, stock should be down and it goes up. You don't know. We don't know that right now someone, a major shareholder, which would be an institution, is going, I have made so much money on TPL, boom, I'm going to sell it. No matter how good the story is behind it and all the research is, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know. So, that's why you have a balanced portfolio that can ride out these risks. Like you lost on effort on Fisker, you've made it back. Now you know as well as anyone else you're able to sell everything. Boom, 200 grand. Thank you very much indeed. You could do that. You could do what you want. So you just got to remember that we're all responsible for our own destinies, and you can't blame anybody else. And also, no one knows what's going to happen. No one knows what's going to happen with any stock. Don't care how good it is.
Yeah, and I was looking at Usman's comment, and obviously he was excited that, as you correctly pointed out, that TPL is going to be indicted into the S&P 500, but you don't know if on the day you think it's going to go up. It could well go down.
It very, very likely will, because it's buy the rumor, sell the news, tends to work in these situations. We've seen it time and time again. But again, doesn't mean to say that's what's going to happen, but it could happen like that. People they know the momentum now is behind the stock because it's about to enter the S&P in a few days' time. So everyone's buying it, riding it up, waiting for someone to pull the pin, and then they all start taking profits. And it's very different. Like I hope I gave the example. It's very different for a multimillionaire, and I was speaking to one today who has loads of money everywhere and perfectly comfortable and is buying it on the way up, but is perfectly okay with it going down 30, 40%. He will then buy more and he'll bring the average down. He's okay with that because he's got money, he can afford it to drop, and it wouldn't shock him, it wouldn't upset him. He's been here before 50 times. However, Usman is 18 years of age. He's up 7%, which is a really good amount of money. Let's be honest. He could sell it, take a profit, do it again. For him, 7% drop, if it goes down 20% after that, might be a big lesson in his life, going, oh my God, I'm down 20%. And I haven't got the money to buy the dip on the way down. Can't benefit from it. And now you're sitting around, waiting around for years because the stock is 22,000% up since 2020. Since 2000. 22,000. It's got a long way to fall down. And before you say it can't, look what happened to Meta. And now it's up again. But bloody hell, people are on CNBC saying that's the end of it. All the trust has gone. Everyone hates Zuckerberg. No one's going to touch the stock again. And now it's up higher than ever. So, but that's great for people who could buy on the way down and add to their positions and so on and so forth. But if you're 18 years of age and you've only made $100 or whatever you've got, and you didn't do anything about it and it went down, that might really hurt you. But like you just said, that lesson is a good lesson anyway. It's all part of the learning process, right?
Absolutely. And you know what? I looked at the chart of TPL. I have to agree. It really is pretty damn good. I mean, even when you compare it to the S&P, it's like it's. I mean, I looked at it as back as 2015, and I was thinking this is consistently going up and at a rate much higher than the S&P, and that's. I've not seen a stock that consistent and that consistently positive.
No.
So I do agree with you.
It's got explosive crypto growth with the stability of the S&P and hot land like in Texas where everyone's coming to. And then you add to that Trump and Elon and what I have heard from people in Texas who are here, land barons who I know in this area are telling me what the plans are, even though it's not publicly everywhere. That's what's going on. It's a good reason. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I've said as much as I can say. It looks to me like it's going to run and run and run and run and run. And if those businesses fail, if Elon Musk's his solar farm fails, they evict him and get somebody else to move in with their Bitcoin farm because they've got solar fields or whatever it is.
It seems pretty fail-proof. I mean, if it was, say, a few years ago, would you be tempted to invest in TPL as opposed to the S&P 500?
Oh, definitely. A few years ago.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. If I wasn't doing, knowing what I know, if I wasn't doing this show and it would be completely selfish, just do what I want, like in October, I was trading, I would buy. Yeah. I'm not just saying this. I would do it. Yeah. I would do it. But it's not the right thing to do. That's not how the show works. So I would certainly do it. And it's not just because of the Elon, the Trump, the this, the that, and the other. Look at the balance sheet. Look at the profit margin. Look at the net. Look at the net margin. It just makes money. It doesn't have any expenses because you just own the land.
Yeah.
You know, if you own the land, whoever comes to you with the next factory or let's go old school. Let's forget solar farms. Let's just go, a property developer says, I want to put 1 million houses. You're going to pay me money all the time to lease that land forever.
Yeah.
And I ain't got to do anything. I ain't got to build the house. I just got to own the land. I think that's a great business.
Yeah, it's not like you're a landlord and you need to fix any issues that arise. It's just like you just own the land. It's like Monopoly. It's basically you just bought Mayfair.
Yeah, you own the board. You own the board.
Yeah,
and everybody lands on everything.
Yeah.
You know when you played Monopoly as a kid and you land on Park Lane and Mayfair and all that lot. You just could never win, could you? Because you just pay out until you were bankrupt. No. Well, same thing.
That's right. You own the board. You're right.
You never lose if you own the board.
Exactly.
You never lose.
No, that's a very good. Yeah, absolutely. It's a good
and
metaphor.
No one's talking about it. I made 4 videos now, and I ranked number 1 for it in YouTube. So on YouTube, no one's covering it. There's a couple of other YouTube channels. They're not even bothered. No one's talking about it.
Yeah. No, Fight Channel. Join us.
Yeah,
Fight
he
Channel.
is. He's in the chat. Let me, Mike.
Oh, okay.
Mike, can you call back? Stay right where you are, MSK. Let's bring a Fight Channel on. What?
I thought this was just an MSK Martyn Lucas, so just leave me on out. Really?
How are you, mate?
Well, after yesterday being down 12K, I guess I'm doing all right. Yeah.
You were down 12K yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, what happened yesterday?
Well, MicroStrategy want to go ahead and dilute their stocks yesterday, and their stock dropped 200 shares.
200 shares. That doesn't make sense. Say that again.
What they diluted their shares, pulled bond money out for it could buy $3 billion worth of Bitcoin. That was MicroStrategy doing.
Oh, I see.
When they dilute share, what the stock price is going to do? It's going to plummet.
Yeah.
It was at what 555 yesterday and went down to mid 300s.
What's the ticker?
MSTR.
MSTR. Oh yeah, I've seen this before. Let me just pull it up.
And I own the ETF of MSTY that does cover calls on that, and I was down. I didn't lose it because I didn't sell it. I was down.
Right.
Well, I'm up. But I'm back up 500 today.
You're back up again today.
Dividend day. Yeah, today's dividend day. I made a video. This is my best week of dividends.
MSTR. I don't know why it's not loading for some reason, but let's have a look. It's up to date. Yeah, I see it up to date 11%. Yeah. Oh, yes. A big drop yesterday. And it's pretty much bouncing back, isn't it? Let me show everybody. Look at this. This is MicroStrategy. It's up here. This is the dilution here. Look what he's talking about. We're up 65%. We fall all the way down here to up 21%, and we've gained it. We've gained nearly half of it back. So that was a good entry point if anyone had bought that there. But you're in that one, are you?
I don't have I don't have MTSR, but I do have MSTY.
You have the ETF version, right?
Yeah, the ETF, they do cover calls on MicroStrategy.
Right.
And yesterday was ex-dividend day, plus that happening, and that dropped $12 on me.
Right. What do you think about Bitcoin and XRP? Going to hit 100 grand soon?
Wait a minute, I don't know how Mike is only at 68%. Didn't I just buy our XRP 2 weeks ago? I'm up 80%. And he bought at a lower price than me, probably. I'm up 80%.
Remember though, Fight, Mike has his phone upside down. We've been here before. We've explained this before. Mike has his phone upside down.
He also talked about coins and not. Oh, wait, he said shares, not coins.
So I wouldn't take it as red.
It's pink.
Yeah, we just don't know. Did you? What do you think about my my favorite stock at the moment, TPL? Does it appeal to you, or you don't like it?
It's overpriced. I can't. I don't want to pour that. No.
Not even if you fractional share, like $10, $50. You wouldn't. You don't like it.
Does it pay dividend?
Yep.
How much?
Not as much as you're getting. It's a growth stock. It's a small dividend. They've increased it by They've increased it by 36% though. But it's not as much as you get from your high dividend stocks because it's a growth stock, right?
Right. Because MTSY just paid me $4.42.
Yeah, you're not going to get those sort of returns.
Or today.
You're not going to get that.
Yeah.
Mike, where's Mike gone? We want reaction from Mike. So what's your key takeaway today, Fight? What do you want to put to Mike or MSK?
I'm saying Bitcoin might hit 100K this weekend.
I think you're probably right. I'll be interested to see 99,200. It went to 99,300 today. I said to Leah, because Leah owns Bitcoin, I said, Leah, we're just about to hit 100 grand. Sell half of it. Sell some of it. Take some profit off the table. She going, well, what if it goes through 100 and just keeps on going? I said, well, it might. But there's a lot of people who want to sell it at 100 grand. Why wait to the 100 grand when it just triggers? Just take some profit. I mean, she's up 175% profit. You see, I think when you're up these sort of numbers, you shouldn't just disregard it as nothing. I don't know. I just think you should take some money along the lines, don't you think?
Well, everybody talking about XRP, right? Why ain't people talking about their sister coin, XLM? I'm up 200%. Yeah, I'm up 200% on XLM.
You taking no profit? You're holding it?
I'm holding it till it hit all-time high.
Okay.
And need another 30 cents, 37 cents to get it all-time high.
Let me see then if MSK is going to sell some of his. I'd be interested to know. He's on 200 grand. MSK, you got any thought to sell any of your XRP?
Right. Yet? So it's a good question. So now I like my XRP average, and I firmly believe that altcoin season is going to be first quarter of 2025, having looked at all the indicators and done my research. And now to Fight Channel, I'd be a bit cautious because I think the altcoin season usually is the main catalyst for it is actually liquidity from Bitcoin. So I do have a feeling that once Bitcoin does hit the 100K, it's going to start going down a bit because people are going to start selling off for liquidity to buy altcoins and some of the other stuff. So I don't know how your ETF works, or if it has any expiry dates, or you've set. And by the way, Martin, that's another point. Actually, I have set my stop losses at profits. So if it goes to certain levels, it will automatically. If it doesn't, I'll just.
You've done that. You've got that. So 3 o'clock in the morning when you're asleep, if it trips, it trips.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Sensible.
Yeah.
I don't particularly like stop losses, as you know. I like to be aware of why it's moving because stock can go down and then bounce back up again. And I don't want to get caught out on a stop loss. But crypto is a little bit different. At 3 o'clock in the morning, suddenly there's a big drop. And you're up big.
Yeah.
Why not?
Absolutely.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And Fight Channel, XLM, absolutely. XLM is like joined to the hip to XRP, except it's even it seems to be growing even faster. And I also agree with and believe in the use case of XLM, and I kind of want to get into XLM as well. And HBAR is another one that I'm really quite interested in. In fact, I traded HBAR this week and made a couple of grand profit off that. Don't hold any at the moment, but if it does correct enough, I might consider getting into HBAR as well. So I've got about 45 grand to play with in terms of liquid cash. So you know, it's all right. It's all right. I don't regret selling Tilray. I'm.
Oh, no.
I mean, yeah.
I still got Tilray.
Oh, you still got Tilray?
Yep, I still got
Yeah,
Tilray.
it's just too much of an unknown for me at this point. Whereas with the crypto, there's so much momentum and positive catalyst coming. And you know why?
Can I just pause you there a second? I want to continue this conversation, but I think we might have some more people that want to call in. Stacey Bailey just said, I love the multi-screen. So I'm going to give everyone the link. As you can see, there are 10 spots on the screen. If you want to call in, it's a members perk, just so we know who you are and we can verify you. But if you'd like to call in, I'd love to have as many as you as possible, up to 10. So I'm going to give everyone the link now. It's the usual link. It's martynlucas.com/live. I shall put that in the chat. I shall post it a couple of times. Let's get this is our Friday phone-in, really. We couldn't do this morning. But anyway, there we go.
Somebody was getting something done this morning.
Yeah, somebody was getting something done this morning. Yeah. Yeah, we'll leave that right there, shall we, fight? Shall we leave it there?
Content this morning. Some jokes in there.
I did see some of it. LucasAids 100 is the password. Make sure that you use uppercase L, uppercase A. So just click on the link. You don't need to do anything. It'll take you directly to my browser. Just say yes, my camera, yes, my microphone. You can call in. The password is LucasAids, uppercase L, uppercase A 100. And you can call in. Yeah, Mike's just said bum money. Yes, I made $5 bum money today. Happy to admit to that. I'm sure someone's going to enjoy that clip there. But anyway, there you go. So the phone line's open. We've got 46. Oh, how many people have liked the video so far? 46 are watching at this precise moment. 44 likes. Well, there you go. That'll do for me. Please call in and you can be on the show. We've never yet done it that we get 10 people on the screen. 8 was the most. That was the last time we did I think it was the last time we did the NVIDIA earnings. But anyway, for those you don't know, in tonight, after the closing bell, 4 p.m. Central Time, 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. in the morning in Australia, Jason Fallon, our gold member of 3 years nearly. He's got a two-year badge, about to turn 3 years. Thank you, Jason. We used to have you on the camera. Please do call in. Anyway, Mike, call back. We're discussing crypto right now, and we're discussing all these things. Let me move Fight Chat MSK to position 2. Now we're all balanced out again. There you go. That looks pretty cool. So anyway, what a week it's been. Zachzate. Is Zachzate in the chat? I want to hear from Zachzate because Virgin Galactic is up 8.48% today.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Big rally today. 8.72 on the week. It's only flat on the week, though. On the month, it's just going up and down around the same same channel, rather. But over the 3 months, we're up 4%. But it is a change. But when you start looking back further, you sort of zoom out and you look at it over the year, it's not really doing anything. If you look at the 1 year, it's not doing anything. Look at the 5 year, it looks like a flat line. It's just when you zoom in, it looks a bit more interesting, but it's still not doing anything yet. Anyway, yeah,
flat.
Yeah, exactly, flatlined. Anyway, would anybody like to call in? Jason Fallon from Australia. We'd love to have you on the show. Usman, Usman, Mike says you like bum money. Yeah. He likes mentioning the fact that I got it, but there you go. We shall leave that where it is. Anyway, we've got 45 minutes to go. We will ring the bell. We have been here since 7 o'clock this morning, and then we'll break for an hour and then come back with the traditional format of doing the music show. I haven't actually created the event for it yet, so I'll have to do that in a second. I can start doing that now, actually. Anybody else want to call in? Do you guys want to take over for a minute while I create this event for this evening?
Yeah, it's funny that Bitcoin's doing good and Ethereum's doing the opposite today. It's going down.
I've noticed that.
Yeah, same. Noticed that as well.
I noticed that. And Avalanche is doing pretty well today. Amazing. Because I own Avalanche too.
Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? Why Ethereum is not doing what Bitcoin is doing. You'd have thought it'd have gone up with it, but it's not. It's kind of strange, isn't it? Anyway.
I was gonna ask, Martin, do you know the main catalyst as to why XRP just randomly exploded over the last 24 hours?
Isn't it something to do with the court case again? Wasn't there some resolution to that?
It's Gary Gensler announced that he was going to step down from his position as the chair
because they were going to appeal. They're going to appeal against a decision, and now he's stepping down, so they won't be appealing, I guess. And people don't like him anyway.
Most likely going to get thrown out. It's most likely going to get thrown out, and so he's
and he was the guy behind it all, wasn't he? He was the
guy. He was the guy who was behind it all.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Which obviously is a huge catalyst for XRP because obviously it's been an absolute pain for XRP.
Yeah. But again, is it a real reason to jump up and down? The asset isn't suddenly doing better because somebody not really anything to do with it, but it's just the noise around it is going away. That worries me because you get this big pump and then dump again. It's not like, see, I'm old school, right? What I look for is the CEO of Coca-Cola just to suddenly say, suddenly everyone's decided to stop drinking Pepsi and they're all going to drink Coca-Cola and we're now selling twice as much Coca-Cola as we've ever sold before. Now that's what I want to hear. Being told that Gary Gensler's disappearing, it doesn't make XRP any better, does it? It just drives some attention in the right way.
Again, I think this conversation here. So it's not XRP, but Ripple that I'm focusing on.
I get it.
Ripple is basically, the partnerships that they're creating, the utility case. Even just looking at the partnerships, just the sheer amount of banks that are on board with this. Same with XLM, same with HBAR. There must be a reason why Citibank, Santander, all these big names are actually getting on board with these companies and willing to work with them. And there must be a reason why Gary Gensler gave the green light to Ethereum and Bitcoin and decided, you know what, XRP, you're a security.
I agree.
With no good reason. Yeah,
I agree. That makes sense. But again, I think it's
and
just
I have a feeling that Ethereum isn't doing as well as expected because I have a feeling the attention. There's a big fear that the attention on Bitcoin is obviously the OG, so it controls everything in a sense. Everything moves with Bitcoin, but Ethereum, being the second biggest in terms of market cap, I think a lot of people have some skepticism because it was its main claim to fame in a way. Of course, its technology, blockchain technology is significant, but also its other main claim to fame is that Gary Gensler and the SEC gave them a green light without much justification. And in fact, XRP used to be the second biggest market cap at one point until the SEC case came along, and then Ethereum took over.
I think what you're saying there makes a lot of sense, even though I'm not the crypto expert, as we all know. It's Sensei, because I've always thought to myself that even though XRP seems to be more attuned with being the useful coin, if you like, the one you can actually use, I still feel the useful coin that we all end up getting will be a government thing, like a US. I know we got the USD on Coinbase. But do you know what I mean? One that actually is from the government, right? Completely regulated, completely $1 is one coin and yada, yada, yada. I think that would be great. A digital currency for the world, period, simple. I can see that happening, and it doesn't exist right now, in my opinion. XRP is closest to it, but whatever. But if you're going to buy the digital gold, there's only one, and that's Bitcoin. So I think, if you're going to own crypto, you want to just own something that just keeps going up forever and you can hold it forever and you're just owning it as an asset to maybe one day borrow against, which is, I'm sure, what a lot of people will do eventually, is Bitcoin. Everything else just seems a bit too risky to me.
Yeah, I think I touched upon this last time. So that's kind of like saying if you're going to own a phone, it's going to be a Nokia back maybe 10, 15 years ago. But
wow,
now,
and here we go.
Yeah.
Or BlackBerry.
What was that?
Sorry, say that again.
Or BlackBerry. I mean, BlackBerry was famous.
Or a BlackBerry as well. And then obviously now we've got the Androids and the iPhones, which have absolutely eclipsed.
And that's the trouble, isn't it? We probably all say today, well, you're never going to replace the iPhone. It's ingrained, but we've seen it. We've seen it before when people, did have a VHS recorder, Betamax, and that's disappeared, and CDs and tapes, and who knows? In 10 years, we've all got something different.
I wish Zach was here just to say that's technology.
Yes,
it is. At the end of the day, it is.
I do think though, because when a company becomes so large, like iPhone, Apple, Nvidia, it seems hard to imagine them ever being able to be taken over or compete with them because they own everything. There's no money to come in and compete. As long as Nvidia keep innovating and keep running the company properly and not just start getting all delirious with all the money and just start sitting around having parties all the time. As long as they're running the business as a business, how can anyone come in and do what? There's just no way of competing, is there?
Yeah, if you can't beat them, work with them.
Exactly.
At the end of the day.
This is what I say about. This is why I talk about Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
If Coca-Cola, if the flavor of Coke gets out of date and someone brings out some new cool drink and everyone, for some reason, the latest pop star says, I don't like Coca-Cola, and everyone stops drinking it for whatever reason, and it's not fashionable, it doesn't affect Coca-Cola because they've got all the other brands and all they'll do is buy the other one. They're a bottling company. And as long as humans are humans and humans drink something, it's going to be in a can or a bottle. And that's what Coca-Cola is. It's a bottling company. Yep. So you can't replace it. They own every bottling situation. They are ingrained in the world's infrastructure. And I think, that's what you're looking for to own for a lifetime. And I think if there's going to be something like that in crypto, isn't Bitcoin that? As in the gold version,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the only difference here is that this sector is heavily reliant on the technology that it's underpinned by. So with Bitcoin, I think you touched in the last conversation that we had. The reason why there's a lot of attention around XRP is because the XRP is Bitcoin, just better at its use case. It's just faster, it's cheaper to actually, in the way that it replicates Swift, which is what all of the banks use in terms of how banks talk to each other.
I don't know if XRP is a version of Bitcoin. I think because Bitcoin not necessarily was the first, the cryptology, or whatever they call it, the blockchain was around before BTC, so I understand from what I've read. The actual technology was around a while before. They tried several other versions, different coins, and this, that, and the other. Why I think Bitcoin is potentially unreplaceable is not because the technology is going to improve, because it will. Not because fashion's changed, because it will. It's like gold. right? You could turn around and say, like I did when I got married, I didn't want a gold ring. I wanted what have I got, babe? Is it platinum? Tungsten. Here you go. Tungsten, right? And I'm not no joke, right? I went on Amazon and said, that's the one I want. And it was like about 40, 50 quid, a tungsten ring. It was inexpensive, a lot cheaper than gold or white gold or silver. Tungsten, but it never gets scratched. It's really great. It lasts forever. It's really shiny. It looks really good. It's a better metal, but people still want gold, don't they? Most people still want gold. Most ladies still want diamonds, even if we can come out with a better version of it. So I think when crypto came out and it got trendy and popular, Bitcoin became the one to own. What's that noise? We got police cars.
Fire truck.
Did you hear that? Yeah. Woo, woo, woo. Yeah. Zipping past.
Sorry, that was me. Sorry, that's me. That was
that was you.
Sirens outside.
Oh, that was you. I could hear sirens coming from somewhere. It was really weird.
Yeah.
Really strange. But anyway, so do you know what I mean? There's no reason. There's no reason to change it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if fashion changes. People have wanted gold forever. Gold's a soft metal. It's pretty useless. You have to add stuff to make it, make it work as a ring, work as a necklace. It's too soft.
It does conduct electricity, and in terms of small wires and whatnot, in terms of even current technology, it is very relevant. But
it gets used in technology. Yeah, it does. But so do other metals. There are many other things. Lithium. We're looking at silver. Other things, I don't know, copper. That are more useful. But that's the one that we identified, and I think this is the digital version of that. And it doesn't need to have a facelift. Look what happened to Ethereum Part 2. You remember that? We covered it on the show. Everyone went, "Oh, it's brilliant! It's going to have what do they call it? The lightning. It was an upgrade, or whatever it was." And everyone went, "This is really great for Ethereum. It's having this upgrade." Whoop-de-doo. Yes, it made it better, but that's not why people bought it. People didn't buy it so they could do anything with it. They bought it because it's the alternative to Bitcoin. I saw it as like silver. I'm buying silver rather than gold. I'm buying Ethereum rather than Bitcoin. I don't think anyone cared about, that was it, Lightning 2. I don't think anyone even cared about the upgrade. And in fact, when you watched it, the price went down because everyone pumped it. Oh, it's going to be really great. The world didn't change when Ethereum 2 came out. It just went back down again. It didn't do anything. So I think we've got the digital gold. It's called Bitcoin. Buy it, hold it forever. That's it. And that's all there really is to it.
Yeah, well, only time will tell at the end of the day.
Of course.
I do believe that, it's not like Bitcoin's going to vanish, but I think even if it stays at the top in terms of market cap, we're definitely going to see a shift. And now that shift is also going to be dependent upon liquidating Bitcoin. But as we can see from every cycle, it's just gone up and up and up. Now, that comparison with gold, it's not. I struggle to see it as a like-for-like comparison because we're talking about a precious metal versus infinitely, complex technology, and it's just not a like-for-like comparison as far as I can. Fight. What's your opinion? I wish Sensei was here as well. Because obviously he's much well versed than I am.
I'll text him
in the whole area.
I'll text him.
I mean, yeah, it's a store of value, just like gold is.
That's what I was going to say. Store of value.
I mean, it's a store of value, and it could overtake gold one day. It could be by 2030. I believe it be the top market cap of anything in the world. I mean, it really going to be amazing to see what will happen in the next 5 years. Why you think MicroStrategy buying $3 billion worth of Bitcoin now? Because he see that where it could go. Like the U.S. government going to get into Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Help pay off the debt. Other countries are getting into it.
I do think Michael Saylor's strategy is quite risky to say the least. I mean, because he's really heavily, going in all in pretty much on Bitcoin, and I don't see what he sees that others don't to that exact extent, if you
I
like.
don't know why he goes in as much as he does, because what's he got to gain? I know you go, well, it just keeps going up and up and up, but anyone would tell you, anyone other than a maximalist like Michael Saylor, just all in on everything, right? If you've got, and he has, billions in Bitcoin, and the, I don't know, you've got all the money you're ever going to need, right? And the company you got's got all the money it's going to need. Doesn't it make sense to protect it and just? And I know it sounds really boring, and he probably wouldn't do it. Just go, I'll buy a bit of the S&P as well. Why just be all in on everything? Because how much money do you need? It just seems to be crazy. I don't know. I can't say I would be. I can't say I would behave the same way. If I'd been this lucky and I'd had this much money, I'd go, right, come on, take half the money out and just buy the market, because that way I'm never going to lose. I'm always going to compound. I'm always going to be rich. I don't know. It never. Some people, it never seems enough, but maybe I'm looking at it differently. I had a friend who I won't name, who run a hotel, and he was a very wealthy man, multimillionaire. And I remember people would say to me every week, he'd come in and he'd say, how we perform this week in the bar and the club and the hotel, and are we up from the previous week? And he would fire people and get really angry if he wasn't. He always beating. It was never enough. Never ever enough. We always have to make more. And I just think when you start getting really wealthy and you like Michael Saylor and all these things, big businesses, it's never enough. Now, I know it's different than being an individual, just me and you, me, MSK and Fight sitting here, and all we want to do is buy a house, live in a house, pay a mortgage off, have enough money for a holiday. We don't look at the world the same way as an institution does. They're not happy with just getting by and having a few quid left over. They want to, whatever it is they want to do. But I've never understood this desire of super wealth, because I just think, if I won $1 million tomorrow, I wouldn't do anything with it. There's nothing I want to buy, nothing I need. I wouldn't do anything. And when I get to $1 million on my portfolio, I'm not suddenly going to go, right now I can buy a Ferrari. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to carry on. Nothing's going to change. So some people that's enough. Some people, they just want to own more and more and more. So why would Michael Saylor just want more and more and more and risk more and more and more all in one thing? I don't know what the point is. Never understood it.
I can't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I read or heard somewhere that Michael Saylor had this same strategy and went all in on something else that didn't quite work out. Now, I could be wrong. It could be someone else.
In the .com era, he owned.
Yes.
He invested heavily and lost it all. But remember, when we talk about he lost it all, just like me, same thing for me. I'm Martyn Lucas LLC. This YouTube channel is owned by Martyn Lucas LLC, and I employ myself personally, right? So my personal money, Leah's house, the house in England, if I borrowed $1 gazillion on the business and went bankrupt, Martyn Lucas LLC goes bankrupt, I'm still okay. I'm still over here. Well, that's the same for Michael Saylor. He's got his own personal yacht and boat and house and mansions and planes and all that, islands, whatever he's got. He's fine if Michael's strategy goes down the toilet. When you're that big and you've got a corporation, you're playing with the shareholders' money, not yours. You're all right. You don't starve. So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, as Fight just said, obviously because of liquidity, the ETF value went down, and what was it, 12K that it went down? It
went down $12, but also it went down $7 on that news. But the night on Wednesday night, 8:00, when their ex-dividend started on Robinhood, it went down $4.42 because that's what it paid out in dividends. Actually, I just lost. I'm down $12. It was at 46. Now it's at. It went down to like 35. Now it's at 37.38. I'm up $3.64 today.
What I find, and I'm looking at Bitcoin right now. What I find, and let me put it on the screen as over here. Look, what I find really most interesting about this, Bitcoin now 99,258. We're all time highs. We're $50 slightly more a couple of hours ago. Why it baffles me is, remember, this isn't because of there's no earnings call on Bitcoin. There's no earnings call. There's no we're selling more, we're making more Coca-Cola, whatever. This is just people are buying it or they're not. That's all this is. We all agree on that, and no one disagrees with that, right? You buy it, it goes up. You sell it, it goes down. That's all it does. Simple as that, right? It baffles me that we've been dollars before a coin and whatever Bitcoin came out with when it first started. Was it cents, dollar? I don't know. Whatever it was.
It was $1.
Was it $1? Was it $1? Can you imagine? Can you imagine owning it for $1? Anyway, and here we are. People today, of course, most people. This is again. You see the whole thing. This is what scares me because I understand. I think I understand people's greed and the way. Remember earlier we talked to that other guy and he made money and he didn't want to sell it. What if it goes up even further? And his girlfriend said, it's not real money. It is real money, right? And most people today, I would have said 99.9999% of people are not. None of us here have ever done it. None of us here have ever done it. I've never done it. I have never bought. You guys have never bought. I don't think anyone on the show here has ever bought a whole Bitcoin. Not that it matters. It's not a physical coin. You don't actually buy a coin. You just buy a value, right? I get it. But no one's going to spend $99,000 a day thinking I'm going to get one Bitcoin. No one's going to do that, right? So it doesn't matter what the price is. So we get lost in it. Most people today, I'm guessing, watching this show right now, I'm going to buy $50. So all they spend is $50. Oh, that sounds all right. I spent $50. A lot of people are not interested in my TPL that I like. I don't know why I call it mine. It's not my bloody stock. But TPL, because it's $1,200. Or no, was it $1,600? Oh, I ain't buying that. I even spoke to a couple of people that are multi-millionaires. And their first word was, oh, that's a bit expensive, $1,600. I went, you can buy, $10 of it. And then they start back, and then they look at the balance sheet and go, "Oh, I see what you mean. It's doing quite well." So what does it matter? 1,600 or 16 cents? It doesn't matter, right? You buy however much you want. So I think Bitcoin is one of those things that, no one's. Michael Saylor is and BlackRock is, but most of us are buying $50, right? And we're calling it a day at that, or $100 or $200, and then maybe next week because it's gone down, we'll buy another $50, and so it goes on, right? No one's buying a whole coin anyway. So it's one of those perfect, I'm not suggesting for a moment, I've sort of devil's advocate, the whole Ponzi scheme thing. I've sort of thrown everything in the air so we can discuss every side of it, but no one really feels the real cost of it because no one really pays 99 grand for anything. You just paid $10 for it and you think you got $10 worth of Bitcoin and you feel great. And that in itself is a scary thing because that's like going into a supermarket and going, 10 years ago, can I buy a pint of milk? Now today, can you put a bit of milk in this thimble? You can't do that. They won't let you do that. But you can, just buy a little bit of milk. Can I buy 2 drops of milk? So that's what you can do with Bitcoin. And I think that's a bit of a scary thing, don't you?
Well, you've just described what's happened with gold, essentially.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think I own any gold in terms of the the necklaces or rings or in terms of the stock either. But I'm alive. I can live without it. I don't need it at the end of the day. So yeah, it's exactly the same thing. So it is perceived value. But at the end of the day, I think where the similarities lie is obviously it's all to do with supply and demand. there's a finite supply, and obviously Bitcoin goes through its halvings, which decreases its supply, but the demand seems to be increasing, which is obviously what's pushing the value up. In a similar way to gold. But why, and in that sense, following on from that statement, why would I invest in something like XRP? Because I can see that AI and technology are the future investments. And I can see things like XRP and HBAR really, being utilized. Oh, hi, Mike. Being utilized by some of the biggest players in AI and technology. And there must be a reason for that. There must be a reason for that, and I can see that governments are buying Bitcoin and stuff, and investment firms. But what I'm really intrigued by is what are the Googles of this world, what are the Dells and Microsofts, etc. doing? Who are they partnershiping, or who are they partnering with? Who are they collaborating with? Then there must be a reason. These guys must have something that that's appealing to them. And that's what makes me invest. It's actually the company Ripple. It's Hedera, and it's stellar as opposed to the actual XLM or XRP or HBAR. That intrigues me. It's actually the company as opposed to the crypto asset that they have. But the crypto asset drives the engine in most of these cases. Whereas for Bitcoin, I don't really know, because this what's his name, Satoshi, what's his name, the supposed
Satoshi
founder
Nakamoto.
Satoshi Nakamoto. So this is an individual that no one has seen the face of. We all know what Brad Garlinghouse, the founder of Ripple, looks like. The CEO of Ripple looks like. We've seen what they've been through with the court case. They're real people.
Do you know what's interesting? Before I bring Mike back in, because Mike's called in, I find this fascinating. Right, is a few months ago, you may remember I mentioned on the show, I was in conversation with Dr. Craig Wright, the guy who's supposed to be Satoshi Nakamoto. He's been on the BBC interviewed. He's been all around the world doing interviews. He's been ridiculed. People laugh at him. Some people take him seriously. He was behind the whole, what was that coin that we were doing for a while? Bitcoin Cash. Was it Bitcoin? Do you remember what it was? Can anybody remember? There was I forget what it's called now. BTC. No, not BTC. That's Bitcoin. What the hell was it called? Anyway, it doesn't matter. We were doing something, and his whole the community behind that love Craig Wright, right? That it's the real Bitcoin, and he is the real guy, and this is that he's got the white paper, and this, that, and the other. And I did BSV. Thank you, Sensei. Oh, Sensei's in the chat. We've invited Sensei on. Sensei, we hope you can call in. We're having a great conversation here. It's absolutely brilliant. And I spoke to him via X, in a chat, and he was going to come on the show, and I didn't do it. I had the real Satoshi Nakamoto could have been on my show. Woohoo! I did some research. And he said, you need to speak to my secretary. He didn't take the bookings himself, but he was prepared to do it for free. There's no fee. There was no charge to be on the show, which is funny because people pay to be on my show, as you all know. But no, he's free. And I did a lot of research, and he was on everybody's show. He was all over the place. He was doing YouTube channels with like 300 subscribers. He was doing everybody's. He was never on the big ones. It wasn't on Meet Kevin. He wasn't on CNBC. He wasn't on Bloomberg. He was on all these little YouTube channels that want to get views. And I just kept thinking about it and talked to people, and the whole BSV community turned very toxic. They got really aggressive towards me once. There was a call I phoned in, and they all started shouting and swearing. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He's horrible. Blah. And someone said, hey, look, we know, this is why our community is so small, is that we just hit out at everybody, and we're all defensive, and we're all angry, and we're all the real Satoshi, and all the real Bitcoiners are bad people, and all this stuff. And I thought, this is a toxic community. I want nothing to do with it, right? And I had the real Satoshi Nakamoto, allegedly, and I never even covered it. Isn't that fascinating? That no one really knows who the real Satoshi is. I could have maybe got the real Satoshi, but no one really cares. They don't want to hear from him. No one cares who he is. And I think that's really bizarre. Mike's smiling away because, like, you know, what other business, other management of the business, would you not care, or who runs it? You know, you invest, you know, no one cares. It's bizarre. Anyway, I don't know if Sensei is going to call in. Sensei, we'd love to have you on the show. Fight Channel said, we'd love to hear from you. We've been talking today about all kinds of different things. We've had a great conversation. And
hey, Mark.
Sensei say it doesn't matter who it is anyway. Mike, you called back.
Yeah.
What do you want to say to him, Mike?
I was on the road. I didn't want to like risk my life to get back on the show, but
really?
Now I'm sitting.
People do all the time, mate. It's worth it.
Oh, I know.
Risk
yeah, Zach does it. Zach does it all the time.
Yeah, Zach does it all the time. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I found out yesterday that apparently all these LED lights are not good for me, and they give off radiation. I'm exposed by millions of things that could give me all kinds of diseases and cancer, basically. And I do that to talk to you.
Well, so is not passing gas. That's bad for you too. But, you know.
Or pass that bum money.
Oh yeah. Sensei, by the way, in case you're worried, I'm coming. Oh, Sensei's coming online. This is going to be great.
That bum money.
Yeah, I earned bum money today.
Hey, listen.
That was a bit rude, Mike, you saying that, quite honestly. Because Fight Channel is going to use that now. And he's one of the good guys. Imagine some of the bad trolls on Reddit. Martyn Lucas said, I got bum money today. That's going to be turned into the most terrible video. And that's because of you. I've got you to thank for that.
Well, I told you, I ruin the show all the time.
Every time. It's your job, right?
Hey, the only thing I want to say, and then I'm going to end it because my battery's going to go dead here. Because I don't have a charger either. I don't have a tripod or a charger.
You don't have a charger? I keep recharging my car all the time.
I do. I'm just kidding. But listen, we talked about this the other day. When money kind of went to digital, and it went into you get your paycheck, it went into the bank automatically. You pay your bills out of the bank account. You just push a button. It's not hard doing that. When I grew up, I used to keep a couple $100 in my wallet all the time. And it was hard to take that money out to buy gas or whatever. It's not like sticking a card in, and I don't even see the receipts half the time, you know? I mean, that's what's ruined our idea of money. I mean, like you said earlier on the show, $100,000 sitting in front of you. If I had that, sure, I'd take it. But on paper or whatever, it's just numbers, you know?
I think that's what's fueled crypto. If crypto had been, you've got to go down the road to the bank. You can't buy it online on an app. You had to go to a little office down the road with your wages and give the guy $50, and he'll give you a receipt going, you own a little bit of code XYZZ1. That's what, and you go, what's this? Well, that's what you own. You own that bit of code. What, for 50 quid? Yeah, that's what you got. Well, that's rubbish.
That's been the whole downfall of the banking business too. I mean, they've prospered off of it because, people just automatically put money into the bank. And
we've said before, the bank don't have your money. It lends it out 10 times. Sensei Crypto is live on the show. We're going to bring him in. This is great. We got 4 out of 4. I don't see him on camera yet, but I know it's him, so I'm able to bring him in. Hopefully he'll come on camera, but we do have rules, Sensei, even for you. But let's see. He's in spot number 9. Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Good.
There he is.
Good. Look at him. Look. He doesn't even know he's online yet. Look at him. Look at his little serious.
Just his camera.
Look at his serious little face. Look at his serious. He doesn't know he's online. Look at him. Look. I'm all serious. His little face. Look, he's all looking completely. Let me focus. Let me turn this on. You're already on, Sensei. Sensei, hello. Yeah, Sensei. Yeah, you've called in twice now. Yeah, he doesn't see. He doesn't even know it. We'll stick him here. There he is.
There he is. Now, yeah.
Now he's smiling. He's putting on. Now you know the real Sensei. See that smile? It's all an act. It's fraudulent. The king of our crypto is a fraudster. When he didn't know he was on, miserable as sin. Did you see him? Miserable. Turn his camera off. He's gone offline. He's broke it. What's he done now?
I ruined it for him.
Yeah, hang on a minute. Where's he gone? Number 9. I don't know what's happened to him now.
It's my fault.
He's bound to come back in a second. We got 10 minutes before the bell goes, so we're going to ring the bell.
Oh, yeah, 10 minutes before I go to work then.
Yeah. Oh, now he's
But
gone
anyway, hey, MSK, why don't you sell some of that crypto? Or are you going to hold on to it and be greedy?
Oh no, I've been taking profits. I've been trading other cryptos as well. But
wait your turn now. We're talking to Mike and MSK. Don't just jump in.
Sorry. I'm just making sure I'm
hang
here.
in there, Sensei. Come on, man.
Sorry.
But I think I said last time I do again with XRP. I'm not gonna. I've got the bulk of it still. Of course, I've taken profits, but I've got the bulk of it still because I think altcoin season is only at beginning, and I see a lot more catalysts that's going to drive this thing up even further than what it has done. So yeah. And Mike, you know what? We're going to be having this conversation in a couple of months, and you know your XRP is going to be up more than 150% or something like that. You know, I know it's at 69% at the moment. It's going to be up more than 150%. Obviously,
it's
you know,
$12.
Sensei will be like up 300%, something like that. But
it's $12 for God's sakes. I mean, for God's
percentage-wise, though, Mike.
See, listen, Mike. When you got the tip off from Sensei, and you thought to myself, oh, you know, I like this XRP. I'm liking it. How much was your initial investment?
38 cents. No, it was average at 38 cents.
Oh,
and how many did you buy?
I think I bought 150 shares.
It's not shares.
Okay.
We stop calling it shares.
All right, whatever.
Damn
stuff, crypto.
So you spent 38 quid, $38. Well, you're not going to become a millionaire out. It's just not possible, is it? I've always said it's about the percentages, but you can't. You got to be happy with making $12 out of 38. That's a good return.
$200 now.
Do what, Sensei?
It should be if you bought 150.
Oh no, I sold it. I had sold that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I sold that back about a year ago. Back when I was starting to say that crypto was rubbish.
It's Martin's fault.
It still is rubbish. It's horrible.
You
you know what? I'd be better off. I would be better off going to the damn casino and putting in that $12.
No, totally different.
No.
Oh yeah, I can show you pictures after. Well, I'm giving up now. But I can show you.
Mike, I think we agree more
after pictures. Hundreds of pictures of me winning $800, $900, $1,200, $1,500 at the casino, and I put it in the stock market. I lose my ass.
Mike, I think we agree more than we disagree. I think we agree that 98, 99. I agree that 99% of crypto is all terrible, but you need to start agreeing that 1% is good.
Okay, 1% of 1% of XRP is good.
Well, if you'd held on to
no,
XRP,
seriously, guys, crypto is cool. It really is. It's just I don't understand it. I don't think anybody does, even you, Sensei. I don't think you really understand it. But it's just on
Sensei,
charts.
That's a great testimonial. Tune into Sunday Night Show with Sensei. Mike, who's been here since the beginning, doesn't think Sensei knows what he's talking about. I can't wait for Sunday show.
No, I think he knows what he's talking about. I just don't think he quite understands the whole process. I mean, it is like a Ponzi scheme, for God's sakes. Let's all get real.
No.
Yeah.
No, I disagree completely.
Sensei, one of the things that we were saying today, right, is it's really interesting when Bitcoin used to be $1 or whatever it used to be at the beginning, and now it's 99,000. It's just about to hit $100,000, right? Most people, 99.9% of people, are not buying a whole Bitcoin today for $99,000. The average person is not doing that. So they're not feeling like they're buying anything for $99,000. They're putting in $50, $100, $1,000, whatever they're putting in. And they feel they get a little bit of this pie for their amount of money, right? So because money's not real, you don't walk, well, it is real, but it doesn't feel real. You don't walk down to the man down the office and give him your 50 quid and he writes you out a receipt and go, and there's your string of code. That's what you own, right? And you own 0.000001 coin, whatever. That would make you feel terrible. And you'd look at it and go, well, that doesn't sound very good. Can I have my money back? You wouldn't do it. But because you can buy it on your phone and you put $50 in, you feel you bought $50, but you've actually bought a piece of something worth 99,000. Right, and I just don't think people really understand what they're paying for.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you take that point, you're sort of saying that you can apply the same thing to the stock market. For example, back in the reason stock splits were a thing was because there was no such thing as fractional trading, or it was very rare. Let's say even 15 years ago, it was quite rare to buy fractional shares. That's why there was stock splits. Bitcoin's real. There is no such thing as a stock split. We're not trying to deceive anyone here. That's the price. We're not splitting it. We're not making you feel like you're getting a better deal. When Tesla drops from 1,000 to 200, everyone's like, "Oh, great! Now I can own a share of Tesla." But
true.
It's the same thing. However, with Bitcoin, you're not doing stock splits. There's actually no need to do stock splits really in the stock market anymore because everyone can buy fractional shares now. So you can apply the same concept and just say that it might not feel like it, but it's reality. But if you look at it that way as well, you can look at the IBIT ETF called IBIT Bitcoin ETF, BlackRock ETF, the fastest ever growing ETF, the most ever funds deposited in a 24-hour month on the year into an ETF, and that's, I don't know what that's trading at, but that's less than $100. So you've still got that. People might be buying a share of IBIT. Let me see what IBIT's trading at now, but I'm sure it's less than $100, and that might make people feel better.
You just frozen. Yep, you frozen a little bit. Oh, you're back.
Yeah, so one thing is you can buy a share of IBIT for $56, and you might feel like you're buying a Bitcoin if some people might think of it that way, but it doesn't matter in my opinion. I think people see the value of it, and I don't think they'll mind owning a fraction of Bitcoin. But yeah, I mean, I might put some people off, and that's what meme coins are there for. I mean, meme coins, the reason that they don't set themselves a high price, they set themselves $1 billion supply so that it looks like it's really cheap because it's 0.0002 per coin, meaning you think you're buying 1 million coins, and what happens if that coin goes to $1? That's the sort of the casino side of that's the market sentiment side of things, where or the investor sentiment side of things, where people might think they're getting a lot more than they are. But I think Bitcoin's strong enough. I think Bitcoin is past that stage. I think people see the value, and it doesn't matter what the price is. Everyone will keep wanting to accumulate Bitcoin. Institutions will keep buying it, and now governments are buying it, and the world's largest government might soon start buying it as well.
Mike, MSK, fight. We're just coming up to ring the bell. Final thoughts from everybody.
Yeah, I mean, just touching on that sort of metaphor of going to a shop and paying cash to buy, a line of code. I see. So, for example, XRP. If it's a line of code, I see it as you're buying a fraction of the IP value, the intellectual property value of the technology. And would I be, if after doing all the research that I have done, would I be happy to go to the shop and buy, just like you can go to a pawn shop to buy, or sell your gold, etc., buy or sell gold? Would I do that after not understanding or seeing the potential of the technology and how other, big banks and other big tech companies are investing or buying into such IP? I would, because I can see the potential of it. So yeah, I actually would. It's
And
not
the great
it's
thing
not
is you
just
have to go to
me.
a shop.
Exactly. But yeah, so that's what I was trying to tell Martin Sensei, that it's not comparing gold with Bitcoin isn't or this crypto technology isn't a like for like comparison.
No.
It's just it's a different world. It's a different, you know. Yeah, I think I'll leave it there. I see it as investing in the IP. If it's, say, if you're kind of reducing it to a line of code, that line of code represents a proportion of, or maybe a small fraction of the value of the IP of that asset. And again, I can see what Ripple is doing. I can see what Hedera is doing. I can see what Stellar is doing. So I'm thinking, actually, I can see that the big tech companies are actually interested in what they're actually doing, and if they are, there must be something in it. There must be something in it.
Okay, what I'm going to do is we're going to wrap this up in a minute, but I want some final thoughts from each of you, or all of you. I'm going to ring the bell in 30 seconds. I'm just about to hit another all-time high, just about to bounce on the 132,000 again, which is my all-time high, which is great. Thank you, Fight. I'm excited about that. I'm just watching it closely. I want to get Sensei's thoughts on TPL, Texas Pacific Land. If you could just have a little pull that up, Sensei. As you ring the bell in a few seconds, I want to ask, because I'm hearing, and I'm just literally just got a text from one of my Texas friends who's telling me some data centers and mining is about to go on in that Permian Basin. So talking about Bitcoin, let me ring the bell. Be right back to you in 3, 2, 1. All right, the bell has gone, and we're Friday night after hours. It just dropped on the bell very slightly. There's our Texas Pacific Land, which I'm going to ask you about. There's my portfolio, looking very, very nice indeed. But let me bring you back on the screen a minute and just talk about this. Let me bring you on the party screen. In a minute, we're going to end this in about 10 minutes. And tonight, we're going to go over to our music concert. This will end and just take you to the normal Friday night, 4 o'clock. The link's in the chat. And this is the event where we're going to go. The link's in the chat, pinned to the top. Normal page on the music channel, exclusively. The normal way we do things. No multi-channels tonight, just straightforward, normal stuff. Anyway, Sensei, Texas Pacific Land, right? I've been talking about this now for over 6 months, saying, in my opinion, this could be the greatest stock ever. And I said it when there was the rumors of Trump entering, knowing how he is with Texas, knowing his relationship with Elon. Then he won. So we got a spike when he announced, and we got a spike when he won. And now it's going up and up, spike, because it's going into the S&P. Okay? Talking about value and buying Bitcoin and all this kind of stuff, and using the analogy I've always said: own the casino, don't play the casino. You're always going to do well, right? Own the country, own America. Whatever goes on it, you make the money from it. You don't have to risk it, and that includes Bitcoin, crypto, mining. So what I know now, I gave the announcement the day before it came out about the S&P, because I heard that from some people in Texas that are buying the land, buying Texas Pacific Land stock, and it is now today confirmed going the S&P. If you buy Texas Pacific Land, and yesterday I did a full history on the history of it and so on, and some more today, people can go and check out that video later. But basically what you've got here is the Permian Basin is a big part of Texas where they're going to put solar, wind, data centers, power. Trump and Elon are going to be doing that. This is one thing they're doing. I'm hearing that. And this company, this is a company with, I think it was 75% net profit. Gross profit, I think, was 85%. Net profit was like 75%. They've got higher than tech profit margins because they pay there's no expenses. They just bought the land hundreds of years ago, and now everybody who works on the land, whether it's solar farms, power, to power all these data centers, to power all these things, NVIDIA, yada, 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 they're all going to need this land, and they're all going to be paying Texas Pacific Land to work on that land. If those companies then go bust and disappear, right, they just find somebody else, and somebody else will pay them some money. This company got nothing to risk, and everyone's getting a bit crazy, buying it and buying it and buying it. It's up thousands of percent, 22,000% since the year 2000, and it bounces and pops every time. We had the announcement of Trump, then we had the election win, and now we had the S&P win. I see this as potentially, if you love Bitcoin, if you like data centers, if you like EVs, if you like power, if you basically like anything that's trending right now, own the casino, you own Texas Pacific Land. What's your thoughts on it? Have you had a chance to look at it?
Yeah, I've looked at the chart. I mean, it's definitely going up in a straight line, isn't it? So there's obviously all those things you mentioned have definitely made a massive part in it. I do remember you talking about the stock when it was much lower. Actually, you did fall in love with the stock or started saying some good things about it. I think it was around $500 or $600, and now it's at 1,700. So I mean, the fundamentals. You've studied the stock, so and by what you say, it does sound like you're owning the casino, or it doesn't matter what happens, you're owning the land, and worst case scenario, the land's just going to increase in value anyway. So even if you can't find a tenant, or if you can't find businesses to come back, the risk does seem to be capped at something. But I mean, just looking at it from a chart perspective, I mean, you can't bet against it right now. You just can't. I mean, when stocks go up in a straight line like this, it's like when stocks go down in a straight line. You can't try and catch a falling knife, and you can't start betting against this stock when it's going up in a straight line. My thoughts are, if it is something really good, you start DCAing into it. No matter the price of DCAing into it. Would I take a large position right now? Probably not. I mean, it's hitting targets. It's getting to points where you would have started taking profits when you started buying it. If that's what you did want to do, take profits, you'd start sort of laddering out of your position. But if it's like Bitcoin, which I mean, I wouldn't call it a direct comparison at all, but I understand the premise. Then it's one of those stocks that you just want to continue DCAing into. There is no specific buy points here. There's no specific sell. I mean, there's sell levels, buy levels, but I won't go into right now. You've hit your first main target. You've gone past your second target. There's a target above at 2,140, 2,400, but and it can continue going. People will start saying, "Oh, it's overbought on the RSI." It doesn't matter if it's overbought on the RSI. That just shows there's a lot of strength, and it is. And when stocks go parabolic, or when crypto goes parabolic, it stays overbought for a long time. So you can't start worrying about the RSI. But at some point, it will have a correction. Nothing goes up in a straight line forever. So I'll be patient for a pullback, or as you say, if it is one of those great stocks you need to own, then you just start DCAing into it. Same with Bitcoin. I mean, you draw the comparison. Bitcoin's something I want to own for probably 20-30 years. So you sort of DCA into it, especially when it's at all-time highs now. I wouldn't say stop buying Bitcoin. I'll say continue DCAing into it. And TPL is going up in a straight line and it's at all-time highs. I wouldn't say don't buy it. I wouldn't say sell it all. I would say keep a position to hold long term, because this company is going nowhere, and also continue DCAing. But if you've made good profits, then this is the point where at some point it will start correcting. So you want to realize some of those profits.
What's interesting is no one's talking about it.
Right.
No one. I've ranked number one in I've made 4 or 5 videos now. I'm number one. If you go onto go on to YouTube, I rank number one, right? And the homepage is just like the first 5, right? No one's talking about it. It's only made CNBC. I found on one video, one interview.
It's not a sexy one, is it?
It's not sexy.
It goes missed.
Who cares about a bit of land? And if you ask Bill Gates and Warren Buffett, they'll say buy the farm, buy the land, buy America. You can't get better stock than that, because whatever goes on it pays you money and you don't pay anything out. It's like the perfect business model, in my opinion. I think this is going to. I think all of a sudden, as soon as news of Elon and Trump start doing something on it, I don't know, he starts building rockets on it and then leasing the land from TPL, or he starts putting solar farms on it to power all the data centers. It's going to be on the news. If you could on Sunday, on your Sunday show, do a chart for me, I think all of a sudden everyone's going to start typing in TPL stock, and all they're going to find is us, because no one else even notices it. The money notices it. Institutions notice it. Inner circles notice it. When I talk to a few of my friends in tech in Dallas, they're all talking about it, but they're not on YouTube. They're not down the pub telling their mates. They're just telling each other about it in a little inner circle.
Yeah, it could still be a great time to buy, right?
I think it is.
If no one's talking about it, no one's really discovered it yet, and it's already pumping like this. So I would be careful. If you've made lots of money, then always take some profits. But if no one's really searching on it for YouTube, there's a whole load of retail investors. It seems like it's only maybe institutional or
77% institutions.
Old money. Yeah, it seems to be just by what you're saying, I can tell it's just institutions or old or people that have been investing a long time that have discovered the stock. So the retail folks aren't really. Seems like they're not involved. If there's not that, you can take YouTube as a great way of seeing if retail is in or not. Because if there's not many videos on it, then it seems like there's a whole new wave of people that can come in.
No, there's only like 4 or 5 that I found. 4 or 5 different channels. Usman, it's one of our youngest investors, just started off, keeps wanting to ask me what to do. And I keep saying, call in, don't just, please call in. I'm glad you're here, because Usman is in the channel saying right now, he's a young lad, 18 years of age. I think he's made like 7%. And he's saying, should I sell? And I'm glad, because you can add your perspective to this. I've said, if you are an oil baron, a land baron, a multimillionaire, and you've bought $1 million worth or multi-million dollars of Texas Pacific land today, and it drops 20%, you're probably of the mindset, because you've made money, you've been here before, you know how it works, you've got money on the sidelines, you can just buy more. Different way of looking at it than a young lad at 18 who's made 7%, just started trading, first few weeks of trading on this show live with us here. It goes down 20%, because look, it's up 22,000%. It can move really quickly, and you suddenly find yourself 50% down. You can't buy any more. You haven't got any more money, and you also feel really sick, because to you it sounds like I've lost all my money. When somebody really rich just goes, I just buy another $10 million. I don't care, right? So just give your perspective how people treat stock differently. Young lad just coming in, makes 7% on a stock that's up 22,000% since 2000 is very different than someone young. I know they've got to experience the pain I learned by losing money at the beginning with Virgin Galactic and Orbit and all these things. He hasn't yet. He's just come in on a bull market, and he's listening to me and he's following me, which he shouldn't do, obviously, and he's buying and he's up, and then all of a sudden it goes down. And this sort of stock can go down, big. He would feel suddenly you'd hate the show. Oh, I love the show today, and tomorrow I hate the show. Give him your thoughts of how, you're a lot younger than me. How do you feel we should be looking at this?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, and I think there's a lot when new investors come in. There's so many lessons to be learned. I mean, whether you're old or young, I mean, if you're young, there's a couple more things you need to take into account. The money you put in can really be affected. As in, if you're younger, starting to put money in, then that money can really turn into something after 50, 60 years. So you have to be a bit more careful. But what I was going to say is that I can spend a whole hour and a half discussing all the lessons that I think everyone has learned when they've come into the stock market, and there's so many things to take away. But I think the main things I would have to say is just try and learn as much as you can. Keep watching the show. I mean, be careful on YouTube. That's the main thing I'll say. If you're young, you're going to obviously know the internet well. You're going to be searching all sorts. You're going to be diving into Reddit. You're going to be finding all sorts of different channels. You're going to be on Twitter. You're going to be following some people that are scammers. You're going to be careful of with your money, because if you look at just go on a compound interest calculator, you're 18 years old. Say that you're going to invest £500 a month, and then see what that's going to be worth in 50 years. You'll have millions. I think something like that. You would have at least $1 million if you're just investing £500 a month. So don't think because you're young you can be as risky as you like. That money you just putting into a very safe stock can be an easy retirement fund. So that's the first thing I'd say. The second thing I'd say is be careful who you follow on YouTube. By all means, go watch everyone, understand how market sentiment works, but be careful. Everyone's there to sort of pump and dump things, pump their own courses, pump their channel, mislead their audience, just try and get clicks and views on this channel, which is great that you've discovered us, Usman. We don't do any of that. We are real. We debate. There's people that like crypto, people that don't like crypto. There's all different perspectives. But the best thing is everyone's real. There's no fakery here, and that's the main thing. You go on YouTube and you just see everyone just trying to pump their own bags or sell you videos, sell you this. You've just, I think you've done the best thing. You've discovered a channel which isn't there to do that. So you're off to a start that many people don't get.
Buy my mug. Buy my mug.
Yeah.
Now.
Exactly. The one thing that all the family members will say is we've learned a lot being here, and everything is real. But on the question of Texas, I mean, should you sell? Should you buy? I mean, at this point, the best thing to do is just try and learn as much as you can. Start investing bit by bit. Don't get too emotional. If it drops 20%, if it drops 5%, don't be looking at the charts every second of your life. That's another thing. Don't put in more than you can afford to lose. You know you're investing too much, or you've done a wrong trade when you're constantly worried, when you're constantly thinking, when you can't sleep, when you're at the point where you're stressing and you're not getting as much sleep. That's when you know you've put in too much and you're not doing the right thing. So don't if you start feeling like that, then you know something's going wrong, and you've put even too much you can afford to lose, or you've gone too risky, or something's gone wrong. If you're starting to stress, if it's affecting your quality of life, then you know something's gone wrong. So that's something else to look out for. But the best thing to do is, I think, just DCA into some good companies, find some good companies, start DCAing, start learning about the markets, start seeing what the market sentiment is. You'll learn a lot. But I think over watching videos every day with us, joining the family, you'll learn a lot more. There's plenty of lessons to be learned. Don't think you're a mate. One thing that we all do, I think we're all guilty of when we first come in, especially on bull markets, we think it's a money printer, or we're the world's best trader, or we're geniuses, and we found something that no one else has. Just because you start making money, it's not an easy thing. As Martyn always says, making money is easy. Keeping it is the hard part. You'll find that a lot, and I think that is very true. So just stick around. You have to watch a lot of videos. You have to stay with us. We'll guide you through it. But that's as much as I can say in the time that we have. But we'll teach you as much as we can.
I appreciate it, and I think the takeaway from that is know what you're buying more than anything else. That is it. When you touched upon it, and it reminded me of when I first bought Bitcoin, day one of investing. I think I hadn't even started the channel. I think I was just setting the studio up, and I think I bought $10 or $20 of Bitcoin, and it went down straight away. I was like, 5 minutes later, I'd lost £5. I don't know. I forget what it was. It went down like 10% or whatever it was. And I went, oh my God, I felt sick. I thought, oh my God, I've just lost all this money. It was only like a few quid, but it just told me you didn't know what you owned. You just thought it's a really cool app and I buy it and it goes up. And I know it sounds silly saying it because we all know it doesn't, but when it actually happens to you and it actually physically happens to you, you feel really crap and it's horrible. Whereas now I've got nearly $200,000 invested and I can't even believe it. I bought my first house for like 40 grand, you know. Here I am with about 200 if you include my margin. And if the S&P 500 goes down 20% tomorrow, I just buy a bit more. I would not lose a second of sleep. I wouldn't worry about it because I now know I've been through the ups and the downs and this and the other, and I just buy more, even though I'm in margin. I wouldn't go, oh my God, I'm going to get margin called. Well, when I first did that, it was like, what happens at 3 o'clock in the morning? I get margin called. Well, we all know what happened because I was on the show crying my eyes out, thinking I was about to lose everything. So, TPL looks great, but what have you just bought? What is it? What is it worth? What's it going to do? And if it does go down 30%, which it definitely can, what are you going to do when it does? Are you able to buy more? How will you feel? You won't know how you're going to feel if you've never lost money. But when it does, understand why you bought it. And hopefully you won't feel like I did and feel absolutely horrible, because no money is worth feeling really bad. It isn't. The most important thing is your family, your friends, and your loved ones, and your health. As long as you can pay the bills, you're a rich man. All right. And if you're stressing over making money, the money ain't worth it anyway, because your health's going to go. You're going to die early. You're going to be miserable. You're not going to sleep at night. It isn't worth it. It's much better living a long, happy life, with no money in the bank. I mean, look at Mike. He ain't got any money. He's happy as Larry. He's every day on the show, smiling, playing with his snake. He's got a lovely girlfriend. He's got his mum and dad still kicking around. Everyone's great. He can't even afford a tripod. He's happy as Larry. He's probably happier than Warren Buffett. Look at that.
He's got his XRP,
He's got his XRP. He ain't bothered.
So I'm excited.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, thanks for calling in. Appreciate all the contributions to today's show. Thank you so much. Fight, you've not been saying anything for the last half an hour. Do you want to just say anything before we let you go?
I think everybody should put their own strategy into place. Don't follow nobody. And if you got a detour out of that strategy, just know what you're doing and what you invest in. Do your own research. And know what I do. I mean, what I invest in, nobody on this channel probably invests what I invest in. But I know if I go down 12,000, I know on Friday I'm getting dividends. What I'm going to do with that dividends? I decide over the weekend. I reinvest dividends, what I want to invest in, and move on.
That's it. Just do what you're comfortable with. What you're comfortable with will work for you. There's not. I don't think anybody on the show just owns the S&P. I doubt if anyone just does that like I do. And I love it, and I'm happy with it. I understand it. I've got a plan, because for me, it's about the show, priority of the audience. You all know I did much better in October, and I appreciated Sensei saying, by the way, I don't think I said that to you on your show, Sensei, on a couple of Sundays ago. You said, that Martyn traded during the October, and now he's back. I have to focus on the show. I can't focus on the audience. I can't be trading all the time. And it's true. I made much better trades and more money in October. Was it 19 trades, 19 wins? I forget what it was now. But yeah, for me, I've got a different strategy. No one else has got what strategy I've got. My focus is building the show. That's my income, and then I invest all of that. So I can just buy the S&P and I'll be all right. Everyone's different. Sensei's got a different goals and so on. And Mike's got a different goal. Mike's a bit older than me, so he's trying to accelerate his growth faster. So he's taking bigger risks. Some of you younger don't have to take any risk at all. Like Usman, for example, if he just bought the S&P, like Sensei said, he would reach $1 million without any drama at all. He could have a very easy life. But, you might find that boring. MSK, obviously he likes the risk. He likes to jump in and out of very high risk, very high return, high gain stocks, which we've seen some win, some lose. It's all part of the game, and we all have our own little ways. But as long as we all enjoy what we're doing, doesn't matter. Anybody?
Hey.
I was just going to ask you. You said that you bought the first time you bought Bitcoin and you saw it went down, and it kind of was it Sensei that told you to buy the Bitcoin?
No, before I knew Bitcoin, before I knew Sensei, I wasn't even.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
I was just imagining you telling Sensei, what did you just do to me? You just lost.
Yeah. No, I probably would, though. I probably would at the beginning if someone had told me, and I know that firsthand because I've had hundreds, if not thousands, of messages from people who said, I bought Virgin Galactic because of you and I lost all my money. Well, I lost 30 grand, probably more than you, and I'm still here. I'm not dead. I'm not bankrupt. You know? So, you know, I would imagine on day one, if I was watching this show, I wasn't doing it, and I was watching it, and Sensei said buy XRP or Bitcoin, and I did it because I didn't understand it, and I just thought, well, Sensei sounds like he knows what he's talking about, and I bought it, and I lost money on it. I'd be upset. I'd be angry. I'd be like, bloody Sensei said this. Yeah, I imagine. And I know people get that gap with me. You know, you can't be doing that. And, you know, and you can see those watching right now can see all of us here, all 5 of us here, very different perspectives, different outlooks, different goals. We're all happy. Not one of us is not happy here. We're all happy. We're all enjoying it. We're all making more money than the other one or less money than the next person. Doesn't matter. We're all doing our own thing. We're okay. So you can see from people that just buy the S&P, building a YouTube show, down here, fight, all dividends. Sensei, passionate about crypto. Mike, pet snake, very different person, different idea completely. You know, MSK, very high risk gambler. Well, not a gambler, that's not the right word, but he likes the big gains. He likes to take the big chances. We're all different. But we've all had some wins. We've all had some losses. We're all happy. And we're all better than we were yesterday because we know more than we did yesterday. And we hopefully got a bit more money. We're still paying the bills. There you go. There's no right and wrong way. Do what's right for you. Thank you guys for calling in. I'm going to have to get off because, of course, I'm going to start my music channel in 30 minutes. Sensei, show on Sunday. Please tune in to Sensei on Sunday. Great show. You're going to have a great one. Look forward to that. I always tune in. And don't forget to check out Fight Channel's Barbie doll videos and go and check out his latest dividend trades and all the rest of it. Mike, you can check out Mike. Again, it always comes down to one thing, his pet snake. MSK, well, he just calls in from day to day and does impressions of, what is it you do, mate?
Come on, get to the chopper. Come on, do it.
See? Told you.
Hey,
rubbish.
Martin.
Yeah.
I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to be anywhere.
Mike's just happy to be alive. After today, mate, having the doctor play around with certain areas of my body, I'm glad to know I'm still alive as well, to be perfectly honest.
Absolutely.
He did tell me though, Martin, he did say to me, he said, Martin, are you doing any exercise? And I went, not as much as I'm supposed to. He said, I've noticed. He said, you need to be doing more. He said, wait, you're getting the Father Christmas chuckle. Yeah, I said, yeah, I know. It's because I'm loved. I'm loved by my wife. I'm taken care of. I'm taken care of. He said, enough of that nonsense. Get outside and go for a run. Anyway, guys, thank you very much indeed. Tune into Sensei on Sunday, and I'll see you back in half an hour on the music show. That's it from me. Thank you ever so much. There you go. Another great day. Another end of the week. As you can see, Texas Pacific Land still going up. My portfolio is going up again. My portfolio again is approaching. It was just 100, very close to 132 a few moments ago. We're now at 131.4. All-time highs 132. We're doing good. That's it for me. I will see you back on the party channel. If you stay right where you are, it'll automatically take you there. I'll give you the link to the show. This is the show. Let me refresh the screen here. This is where we're going to be in just a few minutes from now. It says half an hour, but I'll be there as quickly as I can. There it is. I'll see you all back at 4 o'clock. Join me. Until next time, as always, look forward to seeing you all on Sunday. And that's it from me. Tune in to Sensei on Sunday. Me in a minute. Until then, as always, take care of yourselves and each other. It's been a great week, and we're all still alive. Bye-bye for now. Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the Looks like I've got Sensei waiting for me in the green room for a private little chat, maybe. I'll see you back in a minute. Bye-bye for now. Stand by, Sensei.
Can you hear me, Martyn?
I can hear you. We'll just end this thing. Let me bring you back to here again. Yes. Put you in number 1. And yes, mate. How are you?
Good. Sorry, I didn't mean to stick around. I was just listening to your beautiful voice.
Oh, I thought you were sticking around because you wanted to say something to me. That's all right. No worries. We're off air now.
One other thought. I mean, I was just thinking about it literally as you're ending the show. Oh, as we were doing that conversation, it would be great to have something in Discord where after one of your shows, just everyone can have a chat together, either by